Greetings, everyone. Coinstamp here, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex '09 on YouTube, and welcome to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Last time, we managed... I can go ahead and remove these markers now. Last time we did quite a bit. We defeated a Royal Revenant. I hate those things. I hate every time I have to fight them. We went through Tetsu's Rise. Testu's Rise, apparently. The four Belfries. We went through the Church of Anticipation. We gave, Nefeli Lu the Stormhawk Ashes. We accidentally bumped into the Revenger Shack. We went through the Temple Quarter, the Minor Erdtree, Converted Tower. We did a lot. And that's not counting anything we did, regarding the central area. But today, I have a few other things I'd like to do. But first, how's everyone doing today? Hopefully everybody is doing alright. I myself am doing alright. It's the first time that we are doing a new stream schedule, so I'm pretty excited about that. 1 to 5. Hopefully I could get some better days to line up with some of my other streaming contacts I've made acquaintances with, and all that other fun stuff. But first, before we even get on the road, we have a friend we need to check up on. This doesn't really change anything, as you can get this particular item that EG sells a different time, but we need to try to find Blythe. And Blythe is, if we've been following the quest line correctly, will be up here where we fought Darrowell. Hopefully the camera's focusing on me correctly. Let's see, are you over here? No, you are no longer there. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Well, not much to do, I suppose. Except, now we need to go back and talk to EG. There were some things... I think there were some options I did not select for EG. And then we're going to get on the road, to the Carrion Royal Manor. Or the Carrion Manor, excuse me.
Well, then I presume these old bones serve their purpose. More or less.
Okay, right now we only get the smithing stones. We need to talk to EG here as well.
Oh, watch out there. When I'm absorbed in my smithing, I lose sight of all else. If you come too close, I'm apt to cause you harm. I am, after all, terribly large compared to you, Tarnished. You don't know how hard it is not to break anything while I work.
Well. I mean, he flat out tells you, don't come near him. Granted, he just sits here and reads. He never smiths anything. Even though he's supposed to be a smith. Like, look at him.
Brave Tarnished. A word of warning, if you please. This territory once belonged to the Carrion royal family. Their manor lies not far beyond this point. When the Raya Lucari Academy turned on the Carrions, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor. The Carrions were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the Knights' onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day. That is why I say, Tarnished, don't go near the manor, unless you wish to lie with the corpses of the heedless Knights of the Cuckoo.
Oh, this guy is a meme. The word cuckoo, said the way he says it, is very, I could poke fun at it all day. I bet this voice actor had a fun time with some of these words. Like a really fun time.
Blythe actually did that. Did he? Quite a rare occurrence for such a guarded soul as he. Perhaps he sensed something unusual about you. At any rate, if you're friendly with Blythe, I've something else that might suit you.
Oh, well, tell me about that. Um, the Carrion Filigreed Crest. Yeah, this is a good item. A talisman adorned with a royal crest lowers FP consumed by skills. An honor said to have once been awarded to Carrion knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. Yeah, we're gonna buy this. It's pretty cheap, and if you are a weapon skill user, like that is your focus. I believe the fighter fortune takes good advantage of skills. Then the filigreed crest is practically a requirement. It turns some weapon skills into FP neutral staples in this mod. By the way, for those who don't know, we're playing through Elden Ring Reforged. Elden Ring Reforged is an overhaul mod of Elden Ring. Elden Ring Reforged is made by Kernifer, a mod author on Nexus Mods. If you ever want to know more, you can type in !ERR or type in commands and you'll be sent to a list of commands and you just find all the ones related to ERR. I'll demonstrate two of these now. One is commands and the other is ERR. We are currently on patch 4.62, which 4.62 has a few updates. Speaking of updates, we do have something we need to obtain. And that's back at the Rose Church. Do you have anything?
Of the enchant, whatever you.
Yeah, okay. We've already talked to him. I did check on Blythe just to make sure I did not mess up that trigger, but we talked to him when we summoned him to defeat Darrowell. Because Darrowell can be a handful to casters. If you ever want to know about our goals or player build, you can type !ERRG or !player build, all lowercase, all one word, no quotes, and it'll tell you what our build is. But for those who are curious, I am doing a triple trifecta of caster stats. Intelligence, Faith, Arcane. If there's a spell, we want to cast it. And I don't care which school it comes from, or what it does, or how much damage it does. We cast all the spells. And we get enough of our physical scores up to par. That would be HP, Vigor, endurance, and mind. We want all of those as well. Because strength and dexterity don't serve us that much. And I know what you're thinking. Dexterity increases virtual casting speed, right? Or fake dex? No. Like it does, but a very small portion in this mod. Kernifer has retuned dexterity to contribute a smaller percentage of casting speed, so it's no longer necessary to pump so many points in dex. That being said, we do also use bows from time to time, so throwing stuff in dex is not the worst idea ever. You're just not gonna see me swinging around a greatsword or anything like that. That's pretty much the player build. That's all there is to it. Right, we need to go to the Rose Church. Rose Church is going to have we're going to have a new, as per 4.62, the current patch, we're going to get a new kind of crystal tier knot called the Arcane Knot Crystal Tier. which we were there at the church before, but I'm fairly sure that should not be. If that's tied to the first time you kill the Sanguine Noble, then we have problems. But um, I'm hoping that's not the case. Um, the other big change, and it's really more of it's confirming what you should already expect in the game, and that is there are no references anywhere to deadly or lethal poison. None to be found. Kernifer has removed all all references to those two or three different words. This just ensures that there's no confusion. Poison is poison. Anything that deals poison deals, well, I shouldn't say the same kind of poison. There is a difference between what is, yeah, there is a difference between what the aromatics have for poison and other types. But poison is poison. There's no toxic anymore. And there never was. Toxic, in quotes, is like scarlet rot now. It's a different kind of status. It's resistant. It has the same methods of resistance in terms of stats. Yes. And there is in fact an arcane, not crystal tier, just sitting there waiting for us to take it. Let's read. Because that's a new item. A crystal tier formed slowly over the ages where the Erd Tree's bounty falls to the ground. Most of the mod items don't have a bigger picture like this. Kernifer is sort of a one-person modding team with very few exceptions to that. So something lacks a picture like this, it's because Kernifer just doesn't have the team put together. I really think Kernifer could use a dedicated person who handles the graphics, because Kernifer already does the code, right? So it should be someone who has equal amounts of passion to more permanently join them. I think Kernifer could really use the help. And another person to maintain the changelog in the database. Like, give the person a break, you know? I'd be willing to update the changelog. I mean, granted, I'm probably not the best person to update the changelog, but, you know, I know that it should be people you trust when we're talking about mod projects and whatnot. It really should be the people you want help from should be people you trust, and that circle is probably very small, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just saying, Kernifer could use some help. They deserve it. They're extremely receptive to suggestions, even sometimes even more so, even more than I think they should be. But that's just a sign that Kernifer tries really hard to make sure everyone's suggestions are taken seriously. Over at the Elden Ring Reforged Discord, which you will find when you type !ERR, the Discord's right there on that page. You click it, you can join. We do a lot of floating ideas back and forth with all of our forum threads. Like, I've probably contributed to no less than 8 or 10 different ones. Like, bouncing ideas, polishing ideas, and I'm, granted, you know, I'm not tooting my own horn or anything, I just, you know, if there's one thing I'm really particular about, it's organization. Ideas tend to go over much more smoothly during proposals if they're organized into a document, or there's clear labeling, etc., etc. It's all the little tiny stuff that really matters. I've worked on a few fortune proposals. I've worked on suggesting armor set bonuses, although I need to get back on top of that. I've done a few things, but that's my contribution as a mere player and not as, oh, this is someone Kernifer trusts. No, I'm not in that circle of trust. I don't ever claim, I don't want to claim I'm in a circle of trust, just that we're a big community, or a relatively big community. It's quite small in the grand scheme of things, but we have so many ideas in this community, and it's great. Kernifer really truly has cultivated something special, in my mind. It's as special as what the Convergence cultivates, in my honest opinion, because it's all about the heart of people who sit there. And I'm not saying that the Convergence team doesn't have people with heart. I'm just saying that the size of the two projects and the size of the communities around those two projects are irrelevant to me. Um, and there's not much to talk about with the Arcane Knot. It really is the same as the Faith Knot and the Strength Knot. This would probably be useful if I didn't see the physic as little more than an extra heal. I get that it's a DPS boost, and I probably should be using it that way. It's just kind of hard to get out of the mindset of, oh, it's an extra slower heal. But it's probably because it is slower that it should be relegated to a pre-combat boost. Okay, game plan. We're going to go to the Carrion Royal Manor. I think I mentioned not going here before, as we still have quite a few things we need to do, but honestly, the Carrion Royal Manor, or the Carrion Manor, excuse me, keep calling it Royal, has several things for us to do, and it gets us started on one of the biggest quest lines in probably the entire game. And I'll just come out and say it. This quest, I'll go over that in a hot second, will straight up determine one of the endings in the game you can get access to. This quest line right here, where the place that we're headed toward. So it's pretty freaking important that we go out there and do this. That being said, you guys probably saw those magic arrows overhead. Yeah. Those are made much more lethal. That's another side effect of, I want to say, 6.4.62. Let's go back to this. No. I take that back. Yeah, that's the last patch. So before you would get hit by this, you would get hit by the magic arrows coming down from the manor, and it would hurt, but you'd be fine. These will probably kill us at this particular point. So we should be really watchful. Also, as a reminder to those who maybe have not played Elden Ring before, if you see these golden flecks, this means that enemies are going to drop increased runes while it's active. It's something like 5 or 10%. It's gotta be careful. I am not being careful enough, I'm afraid. Yeah, when you see these gold flecks, if you weren't killing things before, killing them now would most assuredly be a good idea. If you want to farm, pay attention to the weather. Don't farm in caves unless it just happens to be really good source of runes. And those runes, there are some caves and catacombs that are considered better places to farm runes than others. There's one in Caleb that I'll show later. It'll be way later, I promise. Um, but that catacomb is notorious for being the mid-game farming spot. And given that level ups require less runes in ERR, the new game level cap, which is different than the actual level cap. I think the actual level cap is something like rune level 800 or 780 something. Don't quote me on that, but that's not really attainable in a new game setting. It. Oh, that was close. Yeah, it's real easy to bump into these, and I'm afraid to find out how lethal it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Um, overkill much? It's okay, Carrion Royals. You don't need to kill people. I promise. You're fine. Oh god. These things will... The magic arrows always put me on edge. Very on edge. They were annoying before. They're like a bigger nuisance now. And we have to be very careful. Okay. I forget what I was saying. I got so caught up in dealing with the barrage of magic arrows. Look at that. Getting clipped by these is not a good... It is a terrible thing. And the thing about these magical arrows is that they rain down from above. It's not like being fired at with a trebuchet or a ballista, where those things have a path. You can see them. No, they rain down from above. You can see the sigils sometimes. It's very difficult. If something is centered right on top of you, good luck. And you can't even pause to look at a map for fear of getting rained upon with magic arrows, but we're able to do it. Our game plan now is to not get caught up in thousands of trees, and instead to go through the Manor's countryside, so to speak, and grab some of the... We want to go see what's by this lake. I remember there being something by that body of water. And then on top of that, if you see this passageway here, where we kind of off the caravan on the coastline, yeah, there's probably something in this area as well. Or if there wasn't, then I'm a dum-dum, I guess. Feel free to call me that in the comments. I don't know. Ah, yes. Ah, see, Coin knows things sometimes. I didn't even have to look this one up. The only problem is that we need a weapon for this. It is not good enough to, I'm glad we could use the short spear. And the flail is a good one to use, because it spins multiple times. So what are we going to do? These ones that leave the footprints, the only thing you can do is sort of hold out your weapon, the horseback charging attack, as it'll leave a hitbox on the ground that you can use to catch them. And the flail inflicts bleed or blood loss. Okay, I'm going to get onto a portion of this where I know I can get them. No deviation required. okay. It's on on half of its figure 8 loop, and that it really is what it's doing is a figure 8. Ah, and this Ash of War is a good one. The Hoarfrost Stomp. It is considered one of the more powerful weapon skills that you can throw onto a weapon. Hoarfrost Stomp has intelligence-based let's not keep using that. We don't need it. Intelligence-based affinities. That's the word I was looking for. Affinities. And Hoarfrost Stomp is a good one. It puts out a wave of frost or of ice in a large fan-like shape, or in a cone-like shape. Excuse me. It's and it inflicts frostbite. So if you're like, I want to use, you know, I like to inflict frostbite. In fact, we could probably put it on our shield as well. Excuse me. We could probably throw this on our shield, and we'll have access to it. I have to be really careful. Another hit like that, and I'm dead. Oh. These magical arrows always unnerve me. We never did go down there, but that's fine. We can actually just turn around and do this. We don't even need to, I think we already touched that rest site, so all we have to do is teleport back to it when we're ready. Just gotta be careful. Like, really careful. You see what I mean? You stop for a split second, and you lose the ability to gain, you lose the ability to dodge these things as you need to. What we're gonna do real quick, we're gonna leave our runes right there. Nothing's gonna happen to them, I promise. And besides, it's only 17k. What we're gonna do is go back over, grind up some gold, gold fireflies. We're probably gonna need somewhere between 6 and 8 of them. And we'll grind up some sanctuary stones by returning to Liurnia as well. I hate doing this on camera, but it kind of has to be done. Nothing else to say about it. But doing this will let us get access to our rune arcs. But we haven't been able to craft any poppable runes lately. Like, yes, we have the rune fragments, but we need sanctuary stones to make rune arcs. And those are a lot harder to come by. Like, very hard to come by. Oh, this incantation is beautiful. Javelin of Gold is probably the best spell I've seen all game. I'm sure some other ones will be pretty good as well, but it's hard to go wrong with a custom spell that's engineered really well. Gotta be really careful, because that guy up there, we also don't need to be going in that direction even, to make matters worse. This happens all the time, by the way, where I'm just constantly, is it this? Yeah, it's this one right here. And somewhere between 6 and 8 is really good. early on, it's hard to come by these gold fireflies. It really is. Oftentimes, more dangerous enemies are guarding them. And not only are dangerous enemies guarding them, but sometimes there's just not that much. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Go away, Dragonfly. Yep, there's 6 right there. And there's like another 5 over here. It's beautiful. I didn't even before this playthrough, I did not know this spot existed. Or you could get these gold dragonflies. Like, looking at our crafting recipes now, we have 20 of them, which is just fantastic. The harder thing to come by is definitely the sanctuary stone, but even then, I know a good spot where you can just get cheap stones. And it's over here at the Scenic Isle, where Patches is. You can always get around 3 here. We'll have to grind up many times. Well, not many times, I guess. But we want around 2 arcs on hand. So we need enough materials for 3, right? So we need 30 sanctuary stones. Oh, and it takes 8, not 6. That means, yeah, we probably want, we still need 30 regardless. The math just didn't check out in my head the way I thought it did. That's all. I don't know if I mind fighting these things, but I do think they're very tedious. And they throw out way more hitboxes on attacks than they should. But that's because they're big tentacly monsters, basically. I get it. I understand it. It's, I would have hated dying to that thing, too. I think that's probably the worst part. It is just the needless deaths that will result from it. And the way you can tell you're picking up sanctuary stones is to notice that the pickups have these gold glinting auras on them. I've shown this off before, but it's a new stream, and it's been like 10 plus episodes since last time, so I find it very worth showing off again. You can always tell what kind of item you have if you look at the glow mapping and the colors on it. If it doesn't have like a unique model or something. Because the ruined fragments and the sanctuary stones have the same model, right? So you can't rely on the item model. You have to rely on colors or other things to get that to show up where it's supposed to. Let's see, probably... Yeah, right over this way. We have 10. I think we had like 3 or something to that effect. Let's count real quick. 1. Can also go by the auditory cue if nothing else. That's 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. Sometimes I get 6, sometimes I don't, so it's kind of hard to tell. But there are always a dozen different ways you can use in order to discern the item you're getting. It's just like in World of Warcraft, you know? Like, people are like, oh, these tells are the same, or the items are the same. just look at the model. Look at the color. Look at the item border that you're getting. If it's like a flower or something, or like a gather location, then the gather location will have a different model, or, it'll make noise. It'll do something. Like, just use your ears more than anything else. With World of Warcraft especially, I find that using your eyes isn't always the best. Like, using your eyes is important. You need to be able to see what's on the ground. Got it. It's important. But you need to use your ears as much as you're using your eyes. Because your ears will help you pick up the auditory cues that the game gives you. Because just most ARPGs or most massively multiplayer online role-playing games, MMORPGs, have that sort of mechanic going for them, especially if they're like World of Warcraft, where you have these big fights that have dozens of area attacks, or stuff on the ground, or portals where ads come out. Yeah, all that stuff requires a good visual and auditory cue for it. Although sometimes in World of Warcraft, I suppose that is one difference, is that sometimes the boss just does something, and you have to watch a debuff on you instead. It's not always the easiest tell. The things that lack tells are the things that are the real problem. The application of dot-style debuffs by bosses that don't have a corresponding animation typically are the problem. And they're one of the original MMORPGs that didn't have tells on the ground everywhere. Like Final Fantasy XIV. Has tells on the ground. Everything is telegraphed. Everything that happens to you just about has some manner in which to avoid the bad stuff happening to you. I don't know about the tanks, though. That's the thing. Sometimes boss attacks just apply debuffs, and it's not strictly, it's not strictly area of effect stuff. Sometimes it's single target. That's something else, too. And that's what a lot of people forget in those sorts of MMOs. Look at me. I'm over here talking about World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV instead of actually doing what I'm supposed to. Do we have... Okay, we have 38. I'm just gonna get an extra 2 stones, and then we can reclaim our runes. That's what we can go do. Note that rune arcs do take 1,000 runes to make, so we can only make 2 of them right now. Doesn't matter what materials we have. We have to reclaim our runes if we actually want to make as many as we need. And I think that's a reasonable balancing expectation. Because rune arcs are powerful things. They're embers from Dark Souls 3, basically. And embers in that game were very powerful. You gained so much maximum health that wasn't funny. Granted, the rune arcs are tied to the rune effect. So if you have... let's say you use Morgoth's Great Rune. And that is a spoiler. Sorry. But I need to demonstrate a point. If we use Morgoth's Great Rune, which grants maximum health, and that's all it does, you get it. The health you would normally get from an Ember type effect is applied to the rune instead. So the Great Rune, or the Rune Arc, doesn't the Rune Arc, even if no Great Rune is equipped, yeah, like the maximum HP effect that the Rune Arc does have is tied to the rune. You only get it if there isn't a rune attached or equipped to you. And that maximum health increase from the Rune Arc is not that good. And there's almost no reason not to have a Great Rune of some kind equipped. Whether that be, Godric's, which I think is still probably one of the better ones, or if it's something closer to, say, you know, Radahn's Great Rune or Morgoth's Great Rune, something is better than nothing in Elden Ring. At 100% of the time, something is almost always better than nothing. There are rare cases where that is not the case, but we'll know when those are. And we've got 2 rounds of dodging, one on the way there, and one on the way back. And running in zigzags is almost always the best way to avoid this type of effect. The magical arrows on the screen. Nope, don't even... You see what I mean? Not even for a second. Not even for a second. You cannot crack that map. We lost a rune arc for no reason. You know, I'm being foolish, but I'm hoping the demonstration I'm showing really does paint a picture of what not to do. More than anything, that's what I try to do with my streams. I try to show what not to do. Because I'm not a perfect player. I don't always hold all the answers. I wish I did. Because then I'd be Chugga Conroy. And I would definitely be probably one of the better LP streamers out there. But I'm not. I'm just not. Okay, we're going to go ahead and draw up the rest of these. Now, what was in this alcove? I remember it not amounting to very much. And I suppose another difference is Chugga Conroy actually writes scripts and notes. I don't. That's probably something I could do if I wanted this to be a real Let's Play. Like, at the cross between a Let's Play and a walkthrough that I so desperately want to achieve. But that is a lot of work, and I already have difficulties sticking to editing things. Yeah, I'm talking about episode 22B and Blasphemous episode 9. I have not gotten around to editing those yet, and I feel really bad about not doing it. But it's hard to edit when every time you want to use... Oh, God. We haven't talked about these yet. These are the witching hands. They have a grab attack. The small hands aren't a problem, but there are large hands that are. They come in 2 sizes. The large ones and the small ones will both sometimes sit and bury themselves in the ground like a Venus flytrap, and when you step on the hand, it'll grab you. And it'll do a bunch of damage. It's awful. The small hands are fine. The large ones have a good chunk of poise, though, making it very hard to deal with. I'm glad I checked this. Look at that. See that? And they hit like Mack trucks as well. They do momentarily flinch to flame, but that isn't the best thing either. They can jump over your attacks. They're spiders without actually being real spiders. Do you know how scary these things are? They just pop out of the ground. The intelligence not crystal tier is what we find here. I'm glad I checked this. This is an easy thing to miss, by the way. Just forgetting to check the cliffside for important materials and upgrades. Can definitely be the difference between having a manageable time or an easy time in Elden Ring. Reforged or not. Goodness. I live in a house with smokers. What can I say? My coughing is definitely not, is not the best. It is. It could be. My health could be better. But ultimately, no matter how much hemming and hawing we have to do, well, you know, thankfully, I've already discovered the place. You don't even have to deal with the magic arrows ever again. So in my off time, um, okay, actually, before I go telling stories, we should head in here so I can talk about it. Vicaria Manor is split into many tiers. You've got the courtyard. The courtyard's this area here. You have the lower manor floor. Then you have the upper manor floor. Lower manor is probably this stuff right here. Anything before this cliff face, basically. The upper level of the manor is anything after the cliff face here. The royal fountain, where a boss is contained, is here. This place has a lot of those hands. Those hands that I already don't like, they're everywhere. Like, let me try to find one. They're just like with, there's an enemy in one of the Dark Souls that hangs on walls and stuff. I forget which Dark Souls it is. But there are a lot of enemies that hang on the floors and the ceilings and they bury themselves into the ground. It's awful. They're everywhere. See that? That right there? That's one of those large hands. There are two of them, just sitting on the walls, on the bridgeway up there. Handling one hand by itself is bad enough at this time. Handling a two hands at once is a death sentence for us. The Carrion Manor is probably the first instance of it being a caster's real nightmare. Flame will only help you but so much in here. Then after that, it's up to you to rely on your wits and careful conservation of resources to keep you in check. The Carrion Manor is one of the few places that will really test you. The enemies in here are fairly difficult, and this is just, I would say the lower floor or the courtyard is probably the worst for this, but that I would say enemy difficulty in Elden Ring is already kind of subjective. I just don't handle well with the hand's movesets. Other people have no problem with it, and find the upper floors to be more problematic. We'll find out as time goes on. But if I could get it into a stagger, that would be great. You really have to be on your toes with these things. You really do. Thankfully, though, these hands do drop somber smithing stones, so if you were ever having issues, you see what I mean? They're small ones just buried in innocuous places. I didn't even know that hand was there. But yet, here it is. Now, you might be asking yourself, why am I going back to this archway? Well, the reason for this is we actually need to take a scheduled break, trying to get better about this every hour or so. And we've got 4 hours, and my nose is stuffy as hell. So I gotta get up and breathe. We'll take a 5-minute break, go stretch, go grab a snack, go do whatever it is you do on short intermissions, and we will be back after this commercial break. Okay. Sorry about that. I am back. I think I was maybe 8 seconds too late, but I definitely try to keep the intermissions. I'm definitely doing my best to keep the intermissions from being too long. Um, so, there probably isn't really a right or wrong way to explore the manor. In terms of its horizontal layout, what we should probably do in terms of its vertical layout is just make sure we check all the cliff faces, all the ledge drop-offs. There's a ton of verticality to the platform or to the area, so it's real easy to get lost on, well, I saw the item here, why can't I just go get it? Well, you might be in the right place, but you're not in the right level. I don't know why I cast this. And I'm fairly okay, they do take poison. Yeah, they are susceptible, which is good. Yeah, you see what I mean? They're like, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? They're like Chinas in a, or they're like Chinas. Yes, they're like bulls in a china shop. It, they're big. They are a handful. Let me put it that way. And I don't like them. One thing I will say that's a net positive about coming here is that if you were ever worried about smithing stone 2s, you don't need to be. You know, if you're trying to get a low-level weapon upgraded or something that you haven't used before, this is a great place to come and experiment with various items. See what I mean? Here's an item we're gonna have to drop to in order to get it. And pretty much the way I like to explore the Carrion Manor whenever I'm roaming through it is to is to sort of break it down section by section. You know, I really try to follow the map as best as I can, understanding that there will be some overlap depending on, you know, where exactly I choose to go first. But I typically head right first, more often than I head left. I know, the real archetypal trope is to definitely go left first, but you'd be doing yourself a disservice by not filling out the short areas that tend to be on the right. Here is an Albinoric. We know because we just got a blood clot from them. The battlements are where you will see some of them, excuse me, and it's worth noting that if we're seeing them here in the Carrion Manor, maybe the Carrions created the Albinorics. That would be my first guess if I were running through here. Also, see these swords that are stuck straight into the stone? Yeah, those are arcane traps. Be very careful of them. Nice. I was hoping to avoid that. And thankfully, we can. Now, they are set to trigger in an area, not a, like a 1 meter area. So it is easy to think you might have sidestepped one, and you actually haven't. But that's nothing that an observant eye couldn't fix. That's nothing that just taking your time won't solve. Like, look, there's another one here. In case you were thinking about using this as a way to traverse areas, they already have you covered. This place is booby-trapped fairly well. See what I mean? And the trap itself is not hard to avoid. It's more like it creates noise. Like, setting off the trap creates an important noise, right? Look, you can't even get some of the items unless you trigger these. And here you gotta check your ceilings. Always check your ceilings. You never know. Um, you never know when something is gonna drop down on top of you. Dark Souls is very good about that, or like FromSoft is very good about that. They'll dangle an important item in front of your face and say it's right here. There's nothing here. When if you bothered to check the ceiling, you would have understood immediately. Oh, there's something dangling there. Maybe you know, don't get it until you've dealt with whatever it is that's on the ceiling. Now, we could like actually use this to springboard ourselves into the next area, and that probably would be the easy thing to do. However, that isn't what you guys came here to see. You guys came here to see difficult stuff. You guys came here to see uh you came here to see personal suffering, right? Well, I can't think of any better way to suffer than to go out and attract attention from these giant hands that are everywhere. Uh, Giant hands? More like jazz hands, am I right? And thankfully the Javelin of Gold has a good firing distance on it. You can deflect their attacks. That is one thing I will say that is a net positive for ERR, is that if you can time it, you can deflect their attacks, and that will get them off you for a hot minute, which is really good. It's hard if in normal Elden Ring to do this, where they eat through your shield, your guard like it's butter. They will just run you over. Um, they're very frustrating enemy type to deal with. Really, they are. I can't overstate enough how much of a frustration they actually are. It's a low tech way of pulling them. Yeah, look at that. They just bust through your guard like it's nothing. You have to deflect them, or you will just not be able to like deal with them. Oh, and if they do that, just get away from them. Don't even let them near you. They will. I guess I just didn't tap it in time. Yeah, if they start getting grabby and just stand up straight like that, yeah, don't let them get near you. They will grab you, and they will most likely kill you. You can use the escape technique to reduce the damage, of course, and get out much earlier, but that takes some fast hands, and not everyone can mash left trigger, right trigger, or A and B together to do that. Sometimes people just aren't fast. People don't always pick up the game and play because they've got good reaction times. Sometimes people pick up and play and find out later they don't have the reflexes for this stuff. They really don't. Gotta make sure to check your surroundings. They love hanging on ceilings. They like being buried in the ground. It's really easy to stumble into one on the ground, by the way. Oh, that's probably the most insidious thing you're going to see about these, is they're buried on the floor. Granted, if you take your time. I swear I have this rolling out every 2 hours, but it's only happening every hour, it looks like. I don't know. Yeah, I suppose now would be people. Okay, I think we're good now. There were some dropped frames. I don't like that. Speaking of dropped frames, okay. I don't have any internet services that are on at the moment, so it should be fine. But oh, see right there. Look, um, there's one buried right here, and if you step on them, they will come out of the ground and get you. I will demonstrate this now, even though I don't like it. Okay, the small ones can't really hurt you, and that way the big ones can, though. The big ones absolutely can. And if I'm at full health, I will demonstrate it, but otherwise, I won't bother. Like I was saying before, I get it. You don't like ads. Nobody does. Consider supporting your favorite streamer with a Twitch sub. It has to be a Twitch sub, not a Prime sub. As much as the Prime subs are free, doing a tier 1 sub is all that's required to get rid of any ads on the screen. If you're like, I want to watch a bunch of stuff on Twitch and I don't want to be bothered with ads ever, then I suggest giving money to Amazon through Twitch Turbo. $9.99 a month is a pretty good deal for ignoring ads, period. The only difference is you support no one by doing this, other than Amazon itself. Streamers don't get a cut of the profits for this. We get when you're paying out to avoid ads. We get, I think, a really small amount for the ad having been there, despite the fact that people on Twitch Turbo aren't seeing it. I don't know. I don't know enough about this stuff. I'd have to buy into Twitch Turbo to find out. We're just gonna pull you. Come on. Yeah, that was the other thing about these, is that there's not really a good way to get their attention. Alright, I'm going to cast a regenerative spell on me ahead of time. Look at that. Oh god, bad time to cast. And they just poise right through as well. And fire is your best friend on these, but... Okay, come on. Shoot the thing. No. Not even close. And I can see that not but two... Yeah. Well... Okay. When was the last time that occurred? Okay, it looks like it's 2 hours on the dot. Unfortunate. I'm at least grateful I get something out of the deal. If these things didn't drop the smithing stones, I probably would not bother fighting them at all. They're not worth it. These things are very difficult to deal with. But, hey, some people will have no problems fighting these. It's all about playing to your strengths. If you have problems dealing with spastic enemies that just don't respect your personal space, like revenants or these things, the witching hands, then don't fight them. That being said, it's only a problem. They're only a problem if they start spamming attacks. And I know there's one, like, behind me just waiting for its chance to get in. And if they get the chance to jump and you have a spell not ready for that, there's a problem. Okay, I think that pretty much takes care of this portion. Trying to think of a good method for tackling the bigger portion of the courtyard. Well, I suppose there's no time like the present to simply just get her done, right? I think that's how that goes. Just, get it done. Get it done and over with. Could probably use... Ah, yes. Ah, and you can sneak up on them. I don't think you could do that before, or if you did, it was never very successful. Like, ever. Yeah, sneaking up on these things it was never a very successful endeavor, and it's never a successful endeavor for me to begin with, to sneak up on these things. I almost always get too greedy, or I never actually stop. I never actually stop moving long enough for this to not be a problem. And I don't ever want them getting close. Come on, jump. Yeah, you're not gonna jump now, are you? You look like you were priming yourself to do this, and it just never happened. Thank you for your custom and patronage. Ah, yes. Glintstone fireflies. There are recipes that come from the crafting books. The Glintstone craft books. Recipe books. And they sometimes call for glintstone fireflies. Speaking of glintstone cookbooks, I believe we got one earlier that added the freezing pots. Which, fun fact, if you have one readied for Melania when you fight her, you can knock her out of waterfowl dance. Worrying about having to dodge stuff? Not on your watch. Not with a freezing pot. Yeah, these things really are quite the handful. I never did like dealing with them. And I do note that we're heading toward a rest site right now. We don't want to be heading this way quite yet. Generally, in the Carrion Manor, left is right. If you want to go where you're supposed to, head left. Only if you want to be a degenerate, do you head right first. At least in the courtyard. And what can I say? I'm a filthy degenerate when it comes to games that reward me for exploration. You know, here's this one right here. I did not even point that in the right direction. Yeah, look, there are two hands right there. Yeah, these things are very much a handful. You've got to separate them if you want any chance at survival. But, you know, I suppose I've dealt with the grabby hands, the jazz hands long enough that you absolutely can. Okay, get behind the tree. Or, you know, Those things have very good tracking, by the way. Those pink projectiles, yeah. Don't get caught with having no place to turn or go. I imagine one of them had to be up here, or I managed to hit two that were buried into the ground. Kind of hard to say, but it's definitely a very hairy place to try to, you know, oh god. It's definitely a very hairy place in terms of making sure you don't just bump into random crawlies. Everything is buried into the floor, hanging off a wall. I think I might have said that at least 3 times. I really want to stress that everything is everywhere to get you at all times in the Carrion Manor. Everything. There is nowhere you can go that you will not inadvertently also drag something else along for the ride with you. You're constantly looking over your own shadow. Now, if you want to, now, if you like the creepy courtyard vibe that you're getting from this place, that's good. That's really good. Me, I don't know. I like the aesthetic. I like what they were going for. I'm not sure. I like, dealing with, you know, grabby hands that come out of, Stranger Things or something. Yeah, a complete battering ram of a hand ain't nothing but a ham bone, I guess. And we get... that particular one was also a good find. We got ourselves the Carrion Piercer, which the Carrion Piercer is similar to the Carrion Slicer, except that instead of a slashing weapon, it is a piercing weapon that is being emulated. I don't know if I like the Piercer. The Carrion Piercer kind of comes out a tad bit slower for its heightened damage output. I'll show it off later so you get a good understanding of how it works. But I definitely prefer the Slicer to the Piercer. But that doesn't make the Piercer a bad sorcery by any stretch of the imagination. It's just hard to use. I would describe the Piercer as kind of hard to use if you're not used to the difference between the Piercer and the Slicer. Or Greatsword. But at least with the Greatsword, you have a couple of generations of, like, magic Greatswords to work with. You don't really have... God. Don't let the grabby hands get you, I guess. Thank you for your custom. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I've been seeing that resurge a little bit on Twitter, so what can I say? I've taken to it. What can I say except delete that? It's never welcome anytime. I would like for Twitter to stop recycling so many memes. Well, what can you do? Except be a Twitter meme junkie. Honestly, that's half the reason I'm on Twitter anymore. People making consistently stupid memes. And what can I say? I'm here for the stupid. I stay for the stupid. And people politically memeing for no reason. That's probably my favorite. Just people thinking their opinions are anything more than hot garbage. Hot trash. That's probably the other reason I stay on Twitter. all the hot takes I get to laugh at on a daily basis. Uh, just laughing at the garbage. I really try not to make a habit of making political commentary on Twitter. Sometimes I can't help it. Like, we're all human. We all, we all like our gutter bin gossip, our trash tier memes, our third tier dark humor commentary. All of us like that sort of thing, at least a little, especially on things that we resonate with. But generally speaking, it's not good for one's professional content creating career to consistently comment about these things. Anyone who does this is looking to escape blame, is looking not to be, you know, tortured or punished by the masses. And it's not someone being genuine. Um, it's not someone looking to be genuine half the time. That's the real problem I have with political commentary. It's people just looking to make scapegoats or get a quick buck for their next scam of a charity or something. And it's not someone being sincere. Here on this channel, I'm no better than anyone else, but one thing I can promise is that I'm sincere to the fullest. I do not. Um, if I make political commentary, it is because I'm being deathly serious. I don't joke for the memes. I don't pretend to like one side to support another. I don't do that stuff. It's duplicitous. It is it's something that one would only do if they were making a deal with the political devil of our times. I would never do that. I would be too disgusted to do that. Um, but you really won't catch too much political commentary from me. I try to avoid it. It's just not professional, more than anything else. You know, not everyone salivates at the opportunity to find out what random streamer XYZ Turbo has to say about, oh, well, there's that political ad by Obama again. There's Trump saying something stupid again. There's Hillary Clinton talking about the 15 nothing burgers that the opposing political party has tried to force upon her, or AOC jigging it out at town hall in front of protesters, calling her nasty names, and generally being pieces of human refuse. It's not professional. And I know, here I am, ironically, talking about the very thing that I told you I don't do, but I'm talking about it to illustrate the point that you're not going to catch my tweets talking about this. That's not what people want to get from you. People want safe haven. Safe haven? Safe harbor. Safe haven. People want a place to escape. People don't always need relatable. Sometimes people need an escape. Knowing that at the end of the day, they can return to their political battle that much stronger. I'm not afraid to talk about anything either. I never want that to be a reason for avoiding discussion. I know it has the expectation that people get nasty, violent, hog mad with anger over some subjects. You see what I mean? These things are relentless. These things are absolutely relentless. I'm gonna take this opportunity to get my tea that I've been waiting on. I'll be right back. Don't worry, mic's still on. I can still talk. Oh. Sorry, I know I said I could talk, but that doesn't mean I should talk really loud over, 6 feet away in the room. I'm not doing a podcast. I don't know. These are strange times, people. These are really strange times. It's really easy to get soaked up in yesterday's political memes and tomorrow's future political satire. It's easy to let it consume you, if that is what you should desire. And it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. You just end up making trouble for yourself. Enough about that, I think. I've said my piece. Like, that doesn't mean I won't say my piece again tomorrow or my piece again Tuesday, but just talking about political commentary is generally not in a streamer's best interest on Twitter or other social media. That it's a business platform. It's generally not a good idea to talk about it on stream for that long either. Just know that I try to be a sincere person when I can, and that you're not going to catch me making political tweets in order to pretend to support someone. Just so I can escape public scrutiny, because that is probably at least 50% of the tweets on Twitter. Alright, and now I'm overstaying my own welcome, so let's not do that. I really don't want to be dealing with these things. I hate these hands. They're the worst. Gotta remember to torch them. Thankfully, I think we've already explored pretty much everything. We only really died making the return trip, so we can just grab our runes and leave. That's what we're gonna do. Grab our runes and leave. I want to be really careful. Thank you for your custom. Hate these things. I think I've said that about too many times already. Look, I don't like their erratic movements. I really don't like their erratic movements. They're awful. Okay, we zap these. If someone has a height advantage you'd like to take, or a height disadvantage you'd like to take, you would like to exploit, then definitely make sure you use Honed Bolt. Every single one of our spells has a purpose. It has a use. That's the nice thing about making our build so broad, is that we can absolutely use a lot of different tools to our advantage. Come on. I'm trying to concentrate on these because they've killed me already so many times. You see what I mean? And they can even climb on the fountain to get to you. And they're just like the Revenants. They are exactly like Revenants. They make multiple attacks. They attack at off-kilter moments. And they break your poise all the time. It's real easy to do. These things are not fun to fight. They are not fun to fight ever. Alright, I think that's enough talking about the hands. I'm ambling on and on about things I don't care about now, or about the same thing over and over. You guys get my point. These hands are awful. It's not open here. Cool, great. Thanks, have a nice day. Let's get the hand rolling on the ground before anything happens. Come on, hit me with a regular attack. Thank you. And sometimes you just have to be quick. You can't always rely on charge spells to do your job. Sometimes you do just have to move quickly. The courtyard, this particular courtyard took me many times to get right. It took me many times to even be able to navigate it comfortably. That's how awful I was at it. Speaking of awful, I'm doing a bad job of checking Discord. I need to make sure I'm doing that. Okay. Just double checking. I don't want to be surprised by people who are expecting to talk to me through Discord. I try to be clear and transparent about places you can get in touch with me on stream. I try not to look at Discord and these other things, but that is rather difficult, given that some people just don't use Twitch or YouTube. And I know I'm commenting about the very people who can't hear me, but it still bears mentioning. He says one thing you don't want to do is turn your camera away from places that you're trying to go. That's a good way to get attacked. With the advent of, you know, the human world is, I think, kind of starting to go on a bit of this meltdown, where it really all started happening around when COVID was unleashed on the world. And I say unleashed as in people made it. People made the virus. People tinkered with it. It doesn't matter if it was a lab leak or not. It doesn't matter if it was malicious or negligent. The fact of the matter is, human hands touched the virus for study and unleashed it upon the world. Ever since then, the world's changed. You can't really, you know, people don't trust one another anymore. Like, that's gone. That's gone. And I think a lot of our older systems of governance relied on this propensity for doing goodwill, for being nice to your fellow human being. And that just doesn't exist anymore. That's right, you keep sidestepping, and I'm definitely not going to allow you to, stop doing that. Yeah, one of the nice things about roll-checking, enemies, and you do need to roll-check them sometimes, is that, you know, you can get them caught up trying to dodge a spell. So they're actually not doing anything else. Okay, I know this hand is here. You can stop hiding now. Or that's not at hand, and that is a broken column or tree. Actually, it's a broken tree. I take that back. It's a broken tree. Um, you'd be able to tell if something like that were buried in the ground because of the blue nails. Those never those are never natural things. So, moving back to my previous conversation, um, the state of the world is just, it's very broken. I think human trust has broken somehow. And there's really no other way to put it. Because if all our problems could be solved by if all our problems could be solved by relying on the same forms of governance we have now, where everyone trusts one another, and that's the thing about capitalism too. Like everyone says, "Oh, late stage capitalism, late stage capitalism." No, all of the systems of governance that are there assume that human society is going to exert some level of goodwill toward its neighbor so that these things happen. When humans don't exhibit goodwill, when humans don't want to get along, when humans don't trust one another, it doesn't matter what system you use. You're just going to end up having to heavy hand someone into playing nice. And we all know how that turns out. After all, George Washington had to go put down a rebellion over people refusing to pay taxes. He rebelled against taxation without representation, not taxation in general. Let's make sure we keep that very straight. Um, and I suppose that's just it, isn't it? It would be nice if we had the world before 2020. Yeah, granted, things were going downhill in 2016. Things are going downhill before then, but now it sort of feels like, how do I put it? It's like the band-aids came off all at once. It's like all the facades were lifted all at once. And what we see now is humanity as it has been operating for centuries, where nobody, and I do mean almost nobody, trusts one another, except people who form these little cliques or clubs called political parties or organizations. Like, we have the corporate aspect of that as well. And if you don't serve some higher party affiliated purpose, life loses its luster, its meaning. That is the real problem, is that people are so afraid and so in the interest of not trusting people forget that groups of people still act like people, just on a different level. And so people aren't willing to extend the same level of doubt toward group orgs that they're willing to extend towards a billionaire or, you know, the leader or pastor of a megachurch or, you know, a famous celebrity or artist. People aren't willing to extend the same level of doubt. People are caught up in their own webs of thinking. I think that's really part of the problem. And there's no easy fix. Lady Ronnie, we have long awaited you. I pray for your house's swift revival. May the full moon shine upon Caria, excuse me. Well, we've made it past the ground level. We are now on the manor's lower level, on which there is an item here that we need to go grab. It's easy to miss. The lower level is where we're going to start to see some places where we can drop down. And it is really important that we look at them. it is really important that we sort of check the floors and ceilings. This place is very vertical. Despite it being like only a couple levels huge, it's not like a tower or anything where you're sort of expecting it. Things are hidden in deceptive places.
Shall I turn? Let my hand rest. Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions.
We're gonna pump some more in mind. We sorely need it. An extra point or two is about all we need. So now, on floor 2, our enemy types change. We're not dealing with hands, not really. There might be a couple that show up from the woodwork, the ones that are hanging on the walls. We now have phantoms to turn our attention to. You'll see what I mean. Let's just go across this bridge. Like nothing is wrong. See that? Hand, right there. And look, there, phantoms. And physical attacks against these phantoms don't do very well. Alright, we're going to just spook you from your location. Thank you for your custom. Well, I'll try to take a break where I can. It's not going to be easy, because you can get phantoms teleporting on you at any moment. And they love throwing these glintstones. These, cuckoo glintstones. Oh, and the ones that have these, claymores love to poise through things. They're not easy enemies to deal with. And to make matters worse, you have these thin, narrow pathways in which you cannot roll around too much, or else you risk losing, your footing and falling back to the courtyard, which is death, by the way, at this height. And on top of that, the same traps that were kind of easy to avoid on the courtyard floor, now at the lower level, really make your life difficult, if not impossible at some points. Let's see, we've got 7 minutes. Let's try to make some good progress. Sometimes spirits are invulnerable to every status, and sometimes they're vulnerable to madness. I think these are immune to status. And the ones with the sword and shield are pretty easy to deal with. It's the ones that use claymores that do make things complicated. Also, since these spirits do like to appear out of quite literally thin air, they do also like to ambush you in these same places. Our Javelin of Gold does have some serious reach, but it doesn't have that much reach. Yeah, it could go about half the width of this bridge. And they do like teleporting behind you to places you want to go as well. Yeah, see, here's another one. And here's two more. In case you were thinking about speed running your way across this bridge, not good. Oh, and the ones with the hammers are just as bad as the ones with the claymores, because they too can poise through and break your poise with the hammer, because of course hammers are specialized in this. They're just good at their job. But if you know how to deal with the soldiers and you know to deal with their phantom natures, rendering them immune to status effects, then you won't have that bad of a time. It just won't be easy. That's all. It won't be easy to deal with them. That's all. Speaking of things to watch out for, that right there is the way up to the upper level. Before that, we want to actually head over to the lower level, the other portion of the lower level, because there are more enemies to be had along this bridge. And there should be some places to drop down as well. This building here, for example, there should be a tower nearby that we can drop into. We may have to drop into it from a cliffside, but there is a tower that we do want to make good use of. Oh, and this cliff face here, might be one such method of getting a drop down. We do also have this drop down here, but we're not meant to drop from that location. Instead, we come over to this tower here. The towers, I don't think, have that much in terms of items. If there are items, they're going to be either at the top here, or you're going to have to drop down to a lower portion in order to get them. This is hanging over a tower, so we're fine here. This is where we would go to make the necessary drop down. Here one on the other side, and I was correct. Thank you for your custom. Come back again at your local coin stamps bank exchange, where we will trade your pain for storm emblems. Alright, enough of that. Now that we're here, I gotta go answer nature's call, so I'm just gonna crouch to prevent any sort of funny business. I don't hear any enemies. Doesn't mean they're not there. They're likely hands hanging below the tower. And I will see you guys at the end of this commercial break. sorry about that. I accidentally clicked on something on Discord, and I had to mute that really fast. Nothing inappropriate, just I took a minute to check out any messages and make sure I didn't miss anything on that Discord. Um, but how's everyone's intermission going? How's everyone's break? How's everyone doing? Everyone enjoying themselves? Um, I realize I'm mostly going through Elden Ring, and nothing has really changed apart from some of the spells in our toolkit, and what exactly we're doing might differ from playthrough to playthrough, but um I'm confident I can show off some things that'll really convince people that we are in fact playing a mod, and we're not just playing regular Elden Ring. I mean, granted, the whole purpose of the mod is to sort of act like Miyazaki's favorite expansion pack to the game. Like, being able to say, oh, it's kind of hard to tell this is a mod. There are some things that are there that can sort of make it obvious it's a mod, but kind of like the Convergence team wants to make sure that what they're selling is definitely not a mod, but it feels natural to play, as if you were playing the game. That is the stated intention of Elden Ring Reforged, with many quality of life features and conveniences thrown in. Ducking and deflection are conveniences. They are nice tools that help us keep up with the speed of the game. Really, they do. Elden Ring's boss design leaves a lot to be desired, but Elden Ring Reforged fixes up a lot of the details and turns an okay game into a great game. In my opinion, that is. I'll be interested to see what the Convergence team does regarding the speed of the game. And how exactly you can go, or what exactly is the course of redress for some of the more obnoxious boss designs in Elden Ring. But of course, that isn't what you want to hear, is it? No, we got a new sword. That's what people want to hear. That's what people want to pay attention to. And boy, is it a good one. The Sword of Night and Flame. Storied sword and treasure of Caria Manor, one of the legendary armaments. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touch the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbor. Unique skill, Night and Flame stance. Hold the sword level and prepare to cast a sorcery. Follow up with a normal attack to cast the Night Comet sorcery, or a strong attack to sweep forward with a burst of flames. This one is probably one of the best swords in the game for a caster. Granted, we don't exactly have the strength to be using this, but that's okay. That is absolutely okay. We can make do with not using it, or using it for its other effects. So, in regular Elden Ring, this sword doesn't have any passive effects on it whatsoever. The selling point is the weapon art and the fact that it's a caster-friendly sword that requires intelligence and faith, which is a possible playstyle in this game. That being said, in Elden Ring Reforged, it gains 2 effects. In fact, I will type in ERRW, I think is the command. Yeah. So we're going to go to this command, and we're going to find the weapon section under affinity, or under the changelog. And I believe it is the sword of... Yeah. So, it has two affinities that cannot be changed. And that is the Night affinity and the Fell affinity, which the Night affinity is the one that boosts stealth attack damage. Fell affinity, sorry, that is probably under affinities in general. Fell. Increases the drain speed of Rot, Frost, Madness, and Curse. So we want this weapon. We want to be using it because, and this is the important part, it drains status. This makes spamming Flame of Frenzy actually possible. The ring or the Clarifying Horn Charm does help, but the best one you want to use is most certainly this sword. Pairing that charm and the sword makes the self buildup a non-concern, more or less. It does mean we lose our deflections. We don't get to block with that sword in our offhand. That being said, we will have skills that help make up for this. We will have some means of making sure that we don't have to worry about dodging in the first place. That being said, I'm not sure I like what I'm gonna have to do next, but it won't be that bad. We've dealt with worse. Now I will show you what a sprint through Jazztown looks like. And I promise you, it's not fun. There's the big hand dropping off in the background. Small hands to our left and right. Small hands on top. Small hands buried in the floor. Large hands roaming around everywhere. All of this just to avoid dealing with large hands. And the small hands can still follow us through here, by the way. That is something they can do. But it isn't that much hassle. It would have been a bigger hassle if we were running all the way through the courtyard. Thankfully, we're not doing that. All we need to do is run through a portion of the courtyard, which is definitely doable. Hi, you weren't here before. Thank you for your custom. Have a nice day. Alright, back to, proper Elden Ring commentary. So next up, we have this tower, which I think there is a drop-off either there or on the, no, it'd have to be on this tower specifically. There's no other place for that to occur. Even the bridge would be a foolhardy option. The biggest thing about Elden Ring, whether Reforged or otherwise, is, have patience. It's easy to get frustrated, and this game does have some real points of frustration. It's not like Dark Souls 3 also has its points of frustration, but I would say that game has just as much polish as this one does. About as much, if I'm being completely honest with you. What am I trying to say? I'm not sure. Oh, except that the difference is there were bigger areas for points of frustration, but there weren't as many points of frustration. Elden Ring is an ARPG with a big, expansive world. There are literal dozens, if not 100 different points of potential or outright complete frustration. It's really difficult to justify some of those points. Whereas in Dark Souls 3, I would say some of that is, it's the final level, or it's related to the boss, or yes, it's a narrow corridor, but it was small. Here, sometimes a big, huge area can be its own point of frustration, and that really eats at people who want to like the game and just can't, because the point of frustration is too high. I certainly understand that. Again, that's why mods like this exist. Mods like this exist for the explicit reason that there are too many points of frustration. That there are a lot of things that Elden Ring both got right and got wrong at the same time. And it's game design. Designing large ARPGs is difficult. There's a reason Monster Hunter Worlds or Rise is not, there's a reason they aren't as popular. And that is because that formula is very difficult to crack. People who are used to ARPGs expect certain things, and having a game deliberately obscure some of its more helpful design elements is a problem. It is a big problem, and some people are turned off by that alone. And I can't say I blame them, because that's not something they're used to. They're not used to not having their hand held is the wrong turn of phrase. It's more like people are used to conveniences. There's certain conveniences that are very difficult to pass up in an ARPG. Maps with little more than a compass, the time, and like the explanations of things if you look at it, where markers, sites of grace, and some of this other stuff is not immediately visible. People are used to having all that information, and it's just not there. Elden Ring, and the FromSoft series of games in general regarding Dark Souls, Bloodborne, is about operating on a consistent lack of information, right? Absolutely operating on a consistent lack of information. And those who really like the series like the combat, like the story. The lack of information doesn't bother them, because they also like the thrill of mystery. They like the storytelling. These are very easy things to communicate. These are not communicate, but these are very easy things. What am I trying to say? Well, you kind of come to expect them. I gotta be very careful here. Thank you for your custom. Oh, these things do have different death animations if you can kill them using fire. That is one cool thing about them, is that they do have these death animations. It's a nice touch of detail, and that's the thing, is that people like the attention to detail. Things are generally hidden in reasonable spots. Granted, there is some unused space this time around, but it's a big oh, I believe this is another new item. The Lazuli Sorcerer Ashes. Yep, this one lacks an icon as well. Used to summon the spirit of a Lazuli Glintstone Sorcerer. Spirit of a Rhea Lucaria Sorcerer wearing a stone crown. A scholar of the Lazuli Conspectus. Wields an enchanted sword in the style of Carrion Knights. Yeah, where's the name? Evidian. Evidian, that's their name. known as Ivy on our server. They put that together. Ivy has done quite a few things to help out in terms of like photos and icons and stuff. They put that together, and that's it's awesome work. I believe they also spearheaded that suggestion as well. I've talked with Ivy on a handful of occasions, not over voice comms or anything, but I've had the pleasure of chatting with them. I would sort of describe their approach to suggestions as being somewhat of a purist. They understand the mod's message really well, and everything that they suggest is in regard or lines up really well with Kurnifer's original message. And there's somewhat of a skeptic on broader ideas. That's about as much as I should comment. I'm not going to comment about the person or what I think I might have sussed out. That's not my place. But I've talked with Ivy over chat, not talk. I'm using the wrong word. I've chatted with Ivy on a handful of occasions, and they're always a joy to hear ideas from. They're well constructed, and they almost always respect the vision of the mod. It's excellent. Now, we got yet another darling of a weapon. One of my personal favorites, the Urumi whips. I love whips, if it wasn't obvious enough, by the way. This whip is made of made of extremely thin, flexible blades of metal, is wielded like a whip by knight folk warriors. Though in essence a whip with a cutting edge, it can also be used as a spear to pierce foes. Urumis deal slash damage. I can sort of show off how this works. And I believe this is the two-handed version. It's got a very nice moveset. Whips are not capable of delivering critical hits. They cannot riposte someone. A shame, as, you know, there are so many whip users that FromSoft could have put an animation for. I think the whip could have had a grab attack, or something like, you use a charged heavy or something on them, and it does like one of Ivy Valentine's grab moves, let's say. There's one in particular in Soul Calibur 6, or in Soul Calibur 5 even, that would have worked as an excellent reference point for a grab animation. It does the same. It would do the same amount of damage as a critical. No extra calculation required. Just an animation. That's it. 2 animations. One for the weapon grabbing someone when they are poise broken, and one for executing a riposte or backstab. Okay, so a little bit of extra work. I say a little. I know. It's a lot of extra work. Can't be helped. These here are abductor versions. They are machines that are immune to all status effects. Horrible for the fortune we're bringing in right now, I know, but it is. And they love to grab people. So like if you get abducted by an abductor virgin, you will die. Because it's an Iron Maiden as well. It's an Iron Maiden on a body with either saw-like blades or sometimes guillotine-shaped blades, or guillotine or like Qatar, Qatar, shaped blades. They're large, fan-like blades that cut and slice. These are wheels. I believe there's a weapon based off these wheels as well. I think it's called Giza's Wheel or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But it is a very infamous weapon. It's exactly like the wheel in Bloodborne, where it's got like the whole razor saw special attack or weapon art. These things can't inflict status on them. All you can do is hit them with attacks. We do have a weakness for the Abductor Virgins, the single or wheel variant. Let's take a look at that now. And if you guys ever want to know about the boss weakness resource that I use, it's !ERRB. That'll bring you to the boss spreadsheet. And I want to go over the aspects of it. So, the Abductor Virgin, doesn't matter which version it is, has 40 defense, 80 poise. I need to zoom this out a little bit more. And the way I do this is by moving everything over as much as I can. I only need 4 columns at a time visible. So, the Abductor virgins, geez, take 5% more strike damage, which they're a metal machine, that's not surprised, and slashing weapons deal 5% less damage. Physical damage in general is neutral. Pierce damage is 10% less, so you really want to use a hammer on these things. Then, for damage types, they take 10% more from magical damage. They take 20% more from lightning damage. They take 20% less fire damage and 10% less holy damage. So our lightning spears should be very handy here. Oh, are these... Wait a sec. Frostbite and Scarlet Rot are the statuses that it's vulnerable to? That's really weird. How they're vulnerable... They're machines. You'd think they'd be vulnerable to, nothing. But they do have these weird organic tendrils, I guess, that would kind of be a problem. Not sure what to say to that, except, sometimes it's how the cookie crumbles, really. Well, we don't really have anything to gain by standing here, and I never like fighting these things. One false screw-up and you're dead. Rune Arc, wasted, gone. Forget about it. And sometimes, the Abductor Virgins can teleport you places. There's only one that does this in Liurnia, as far as I know, and you get teleported to Volcano Manor in Mount Gelmir, a very much mid-game area. We do not want this to happen at all. We also don't want to be making errors either. Look, there it is there. Sometimes it'll open up and mashing like crazy. Okay, you can get out of that if you do it, but don't rely on it. Gotta be really careful with these. You can poise break them, and they will take more damage. Sometimes killing these will drop an item. Sometimes killing them does absolutely nothing. Okay, we're on this level here. Oh yes, this is how you would get to the, you would get to the part of the battlements that actually shoot magic arrows at you. the other side. An item and a one-way back to the start of this place, which is not a particularly good thing to be worrying about. And anytime you run out of stamina, buyer beware, basically. You've already caused some of these to fall out of position, so they're a little bit easier to see coming. But boy, having them drop on you, not fun. If the small ones drop on you, it's kind of like a slime. See? See? If they mow you over, game over. That's it. Can't do anything. You're stuck. Absolutely stuck. We do have the upper level. However, that's not a useful place to be right this second. We're gonna have to go back and grab that. Yeah, I never do like dealing with those things. Even if you run past them, they can just get the jump on you. They can get the upper hand. You can even see them coming. You know they're there. There's nothing you can do. If you're not ready to guard against the attack. Nothing. And they hit like Mack trucks as well, if that weren't bad enough. I've already commented on them already. It's nice when they do this attack. I don't like it when they ram into you like a tractor trailer going 100 miles an hour in a tornado. I hate that. We have 2 rune arcs. I would like to conserve them until we... I would like to conserve those until we make our way to the boss. Upper level is where we're going to see some additional drop-downs. Okay. I was concerned something was open that shouldn't be. Upper level. Enemies change again. You don't really get these hands or any of the phantom soldiers anymore. You get these large wolves instead. Which are not particularly... these are not what I want to see. Because they're like the white wolves, only bigger. These do teach you about bigger wolves that have a more robust dodge pool, however. And you were stuck in, like, the middle there. Yeah, look. See? And you can't get a cast in edgewise. You just have to, you just kind of have to let them do their thing. You're playing their game, not the other way around. You can stagger them with generators. It is probably better that you do this. These are probably also the only enemies that you can, that you could use your sorceries on. Sorceries are a tad bit better. They tend to have access to better tracking. But that's not what we're using here. We're pretty solidly dedicated to warlocks. Now, once we get some better sorceries, we could totally use our wizard class a lot better. For now, it's just a more generalized caster that can sometimes make use of Rancor Call or Explosive Ghost Flame in order to deal a different status effect, really. That's the only thing that changes with that. Here is a golden seed. This is one of the places where you can get it. It is pretty easy to obtain as well. You just have to sneak. That's the hard part, is sneaking. good. I was worried we weren't going to get status effects applied in a reasonable amount of time. Thankfully, Catch Flame is so good that it can't lock these wolves. They don't have high amounts of poise or anything, so you don't have that to worry about. Okay, I don't think we can drop down from here. Yeah, I'm fairly sure you can't do that. For reference, this is the upper level. That hole there with the ladder. That brings us down to where the giant hand is on the opposite side, and there's the fountain to your left. So the upper level, one thing I do like about the verticality of this place is that you can find a different point of view and really see where you've been and what you're about to do. I do like that. And the cliffside views are generally breathtaking. Like, look past that. That building there is the, I want to say that there is that would be the academy itself. Like, if we look here, there's, Tetsu's Rise, and there, off in the distance, is the Rhea Lucaria Academy. Over here is probably... I know it is a tower. It's probably the old... one of... I want to say it's probably one of the old ruined buildings that just happens to have a steeple on it. That would be my guess. So moving on, you can go directly to the left here. However, there are additional wolves in the courtyard that do drop runes for us. We do want them. I believe there's also an item in this direction. Also something we generally want. You see what I mean about this spell? Forcing an enemy into the same behavior? Yeah, they do it to you, you do it to them. That's how I justify this game system, is that if enemies are going to be using some sincere levels of BS in order to outmuscle you, you have every right to do that to them. Absolutely every right to do that to them. Not much more I can say, really, other than that. I would say the Carrion Royal Manor is a good example of the game really stepping up its ante. It's not quite a legacy dungeon. That would be the Rhea Lucaria Academy itself. However, this is what you're going to find in terms of the difficulty of the Rhea Lucaria Academy, just with tougher enemies, I'd say. That's probably the difference. In fact, regarding enemy toughness and scaling, Kernifer came up with a pretty nice list. I should probably take a picture of it or something. Let's see, where would this be? Is this under ERR discussion? Yes. So, Liurnia / Rhea Lucaria is at tier 6 for scaling. That means we're about the right level. Bosses in the same areas, the major bosses or shard bearers, tend to be a tier or 2 higher, and any dual boss fights are usually a tier or 2 lower. So if we were to fight, I don't know, say some Crystallians, and there were 2 of them, they'd be at tier 5. Which is about what you'd expect if where you were going is the Siofra River. So far, we've been keeping on point with our scaling. And speaking of scaling, I know that I am... Uh-oh. Nope. Wrong. I guess apparently I've been doing things slightly out of order, despite the game pointing you in a different direction. Okay. Good to know. So Altus, Plateau, and Caitlin have more or less spots. I mean, the game points you toward Caitlin before it points you toward Altus Plateau, but if you're following the progression of any game or any percent, then you don't really touch Caelid unless you're trying to, like, fast track it to Radon. That's the only reason you do that, and I need to get back on the stream output rather quickly. I use and ah a lot. I try so hard not to do that, but it is a hard thing to master and practice indeed. Thank you for your patronage. What do I talk about? Probably not much, if I'm being honest with you. Like, at this point, I've pretty much talked to death about everything that's here. The only thing I can say is that this is another instance where you're fighting a Carrion Troll Knight, which, the 4 belfries should have prepared you for. These ones have heads. So really, it would be the one over by the converted Fringe Tower. That's where another Carrion Troll Knight is. However, this one has a little bit more, how do we put it? Oomph. Hi. And there are also a good chunk of these rare Lucarian sorcerers hanging around. Oh, and that's something else, too, is that one thing I will say regarding this particular corridor on our way up to the fountain here where the boss is that, the corridor ain't exactly fair in terms of... ain't exactly fair in terms of enemy placement. You have these enemies shoved in really tight corridors. The spacing is very tightly controlled. It's hard to target these things sometimes, but that is not an excuse. You just keep on keeping on, and don't allow the enemy to gain any advantage whatsoever. Gotta be careful as well. Don't want to be, Can't let the Carrion Troll Knight get to you. If you do, I wouldn't say it's game over or anything like that, but, these things are not easy at all to deal with. Oh, and if you are out of reach, they can and absolutely will scream at you. Just something to bear in mind. Thankfully, you can always manually aim your camera so that it's less of a problem. Sometimes I've been getting better about that, I think. Oh, please don't tell me. Okay, Troll Knight Sword. It's another sword. This game does love its swords, by the way. Where is this? Yeah, it's a colossal sword. Great sword embedded with a blue glint stone. Weapon of the trolls in service to the royal family of Caria. Called into service when the queen invoked an oath they swore. The trolls are treated as true knights of Caria and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. Boy, that sounds like everyone holding hands and singing Kumbaya, doesn't it? Too bad it's a colossal sword. I would have loved to use it. After we kill these 2 pages up here, I will have no problem showing it off. Pages! You've seen them before, but for a refresher, they use crossbows with explosive tip bolts and rapiers. They love to use their rapier. They love closing the distance. There's the explosive tip bolt right there. If it hits you, it hurts. And you absolutely need catch flame in order to break their poise. They don't have a whole bunch of poise, but they do have some. And they attack relatively fast, for what it's worth. Yeah, and they can get you off of just about any of their attacks. They come out that fast. At least to me. I'm 30, okay? My reflexes aren't as good as they once were. If I were maybe 26, I'd say, pfft, whatever. Fast? Not my problem. But these days, fast is... Oh, hi. There's another page there. I thought there were only 2. I guess there are 3. And pages are notorious for ending hitless runs. Or at least they are very capable of ending a hitless run. Let me put it that way. I'm going to have fun with this when I do a hitless challenge, by the way. Because these pages are going to get me. I'm going to be taking dozens of hits. For reference, in Dark Souls 3, where I did this sort of thing, I believe I had a hit count of 528 to start with. It was awful. I think I maybe pared it down to like 120 hits. Or I remember it being fewer than that. That being said... Oh. This is probably also worth taking care of beforehand. Remember how I said the other side is kind of where we would expect to see the, Oh, yeah, that drop-off. Not this one. This one has an interesting, item on it. And the way we get to that is by following these wooden platforms. And down here are a whole bunch of jars. Lots of jars. Endless amounts of jars. Oh, and there's the tree following in the background. This is a bad place to put yourself for handling them. Think thief. That is the wrong spell. Of course it would be. Oh, and these things break poise really easily. Just gotta pay attention. God. These things get you. They're just like spiders. They come out of the woodwork. They come out of the woodwork. They get in between your teeth. They try to put their hand in your mouth when you sleep. They're awful. This Javelin of Gold is proving to be a spectacular spell, by the way. It almost doesn't matter what it's used on. I imagine Radagon might have something to say about that, but that's an endgame boss. We'll get to that when we get to it. So yeah, we had a whole outcropping of living jars, and giant living jars as well. This item here is our reward, the cracked pot. If you like your consumables, this is where you want to drop off to get it. I don't personally think it was worth the drop off, but you know, this is a 100% playthrough. We've got to show off everything. It's pretty much the only reason I'm doing this. Other than that, we have this somber music as well to go with it. Maybe not somber, just like, you kind of know you're in a miserable place. Nice 3-hit combo. Love it. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any messages. It's very possible that I've missed messages. Including whispers as well. Okay. Not much to really talk about, huh? I wish there were some compelling story I could talk about, but there kind of really isn't. And I don't want to inject the real world in here too much. Granted, sometimes there are conversations that just get out of hand, and that's how things are. But when I know I'm not really talking to a whole bunch of folks, I try to keep things focused on the game, because that's what people want to hear. That's what people come here for, is talk of the game. Talk of real life is stressful. People don't want to hear that. That being said, I suppose I should take this opportunity now to thank people who've been listening so far. People who have been either watching or leaving me on in the background. You know, I really do appreciate it. Lurkers are the lifeblood of this stream. I wouldn't have a stream without them. Continue doing what you do. I hope everything in your lives is going peacefully. I hope that the problems of the world are in the background. They're important, but I hope they're in the background in the sense that there's not that much you could do about them. All you can do is focus on your own life. And that's really, unless you're in the government or you're in like a really big megacorp or something, that's about all you can do is focus on your part of the world. Your part of the your part of life that you can manage, that you can handle. And sometimes everyone needs a break. Even people who are part of the megacorps. Like, they never sleep, but people have to. If not, if people never slept, we could get more done. But I think people would go absolutely neurotic from a lack of, you know, being able to go into their own dreams. Or having an opportunity to think about what they've done for the day. Everyone needs that time to themselves. So I don't advocate for a world state that never sleeps. That's just nuts. That's absolutely nuts. I have a hard time finding out which magic spells are really the most effective, the most bang for their buck. You got 75 here, 87 here. Nice 5-hit. Okay, so fire and lightning do about equal amounts. That's fine. If only we had a holy generator. That's the one thing we don't have, is a holy generator. I feel like Discus of Light could fill that role, if I'm being completely honest with you. Make sure I understand what I'm talking about and not just being stupid. So, with generators, there are 6. Glintstone Pebble, Carrion Slicer, Ambush Shard, Honed Bolt, Catch Flame, Bestial Sling. That's it. That's all of them. Good to know. I just had to double check something real quick. That's the thing about toolbox builds, like the ones we have, where you're never quite sure of what you should be doing. If you're not familiar with how the enemy behaves, if you're not familiar with weaknesses, you're not or you're a first-time player, it can be very difficult to get adjusted to your toolbox. Like, really difficult. Usually, I would say it's better to focus on something your first time. On one hand, a toolbox playthrough of the game ensures that you have the ability to get used to a variety of tools. However, I would say this is true only in the base game, where the tools are what they are. There isn't anything that's going to change about them. In Elden Ring Reforged, I would say it's better to pick a somewhat focused playthrough, and only really dip your toes into other sorts of built toolboxes or playstyles if you need to, or if you're not sure about a playstyle. There are a lot of folks I know that started out with melee builds and ended up not liking Elden Ring that much and switched to a magic build and actually had fun. Where it wasn't all BS all the time. But that's more about Elden Ring than it is about Elden Ring Reforged or about them as a player, as a human being. It's more about the tools the game gives you. Although I would say in Elden Ring Reforged, melee players probably have an easier go of it now than they did before. Nice. We got the Ash of War Carrying Greatsword. That... Let's take a look at it, shall we? We have another copy of it. Carrying Greatsword. Carrion Royal Prestige embodied in a skill. Transforms blade into a magic greatsword, swings it down. Can be charged to increase its power. Usable on swords, except colossal weapons. Ash of War magic damage scales with intelligence. So you know right away that if you're going to use this weapon art, you need intelligence. Let's try this again, shall we? We've already made the drop once. Surely we could do it again. Yep, that was the exact pattern I needed. Now I can actually get through without problem. Now we just have to repeat that 2 more times. Once for the... Well, not 2 more times. Well, kind of 2 more times. I don't know. We didn't exactly clear the whole courtyard. Or the whole upper courtyard again. And you got probably cuckoo glintstones left and right. Not to mention all the ambushes you have to deal with. Oh, and that very nearly pushed me off a ledge as well. Which is outright awful. Okay. That's good. Glad we got that out of the way. I don't know how I'm going to handle that hitless, by the way. I'm also not sure what level I'm supposed to go for. Nice. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot about that. Wow, I can't talk. I think with Hitless, I'm gonna start at New Game Plus, where I've got all the tools available. And I can center my builds around something specific, something unique. And I kind of can't do that in New Game, especially in a game where the very circumstances of the mod change all the time. Absolutely all the time. So once a hitless run starts, I would only update if a bug ever showed up. At that point, that's when we would have to change it over. This could totally be a spot for an item, by the way. In fact, let me see if I can't, what's the button I need? Is it screen print? Print screen. Might need to turn on my function key. Is it shift? Or is it the Windows key? I'm not sure. Let's see. I'll figure this out later. It's not that important, and this would be going up on the Discord later anyway. So, we're here now, drained of our resources. So we're probably not going to make it, but it's worth mentioning now. The boss that we're going to fight now, her her name is Loretta. Let me find her. It's Royal Knight Loretta. So, Royal Knight Loretta has, make sure I've got her centered on the list here. She has 25 defense, 95 poise. She has slight resistance to all forms of physical damage, although standard damage, something that gravitational spells use, is unresisted. Magic types, elemental damages. She takes 5% more from lightning. Oh, goody. Status. She is vulnerable to madness. That is it. Nothing else. So our game plan is to use Hone Bolt to generate where we can, use Lightning Spear or Madness to get a damage boost before using Lightning Spear. Excuse me, that's what it should say. Inflict Madness, which she is not resistant to, and Lightning Spear afterwards. Rinse and repeat. I believe you are allowed summons here. The summons I want to use are the demi-humans. Multiple summons means she'll have a tough time redirecting her attention to anyone specific. It will kind of curb stomp her. But without further ado, let's just get started. Oh, I suppose before going in, I apologize for that saying. And we'll take a break after this fight as well. I surely need a bigger stretch break than what I have now. Uh, Her fighting style should be on horseback. She'll use all kinds of carrion sorceries, uh, such as carrion phalanx. She will use Loretta's mastery, which she will have a great bow made of pure magic that will deal damage. It hits like a Mack truck. It is really... It's not hard to dodge. You just don't want to get caught out in the open. She does also use a halberd from time to time. And she's capable of... She's capable of making a 2 or 3 hit combo. She also uses her mount to reposition various times in combat. That being said, there really aren't delays on her attacks. She's a fairly straightforward boss. I will see you guys on the other side of this. Fight starts as soon as we enter the water area. You notice how the lightning was chunking her, right? Yeah, she's weak to it. You want to use it. And again, we had no resources for that fight. It was understandable that we were going to have a rough time with it. That being said, we could totally just do this again, but a lot better than before. Also, it's probably worth using a rune arc. I know what I said about after this fight, but I do want to complete it before moving on. what am I doing? I need to go grab those runes. Nice. And we got some very good stuff for that. We got excellent stuff for that. We got the Loretta's Mastery. I'm sorry, Loretta's Great Bow. And the Ash of War. As soon as I can find it. Loretta's Slash. Let's see. Loretta's Slash. Skill of Loretta, the Royal Knight. Leap forward, imbuing the blade with glintstone, then descend, accelerating into a sweeping slash. Usable on polearms and twin blades. I do like the slash. I really do. But we're probably never going to be able to use it. At least not until we get more decks, and that won't be until much later. More importantly, we got ourselves Loretta's Great Bow, an excellent spell. Sorcery used by Royal Knight Loretta. Creates a magic great bow and fires a great arrow. Charging enhances potency. Hold to keep the great arrow knocked. It is said that the bow was Loretta's favored weapon. We are going to touch grass. Touch grace, excuse me. Had to make the joke. Had to make it at least once. What we're going to do is quickly check the altar for any starlight shards. We probably aren't going to find them, but it is worth checking anyway. What's that? Oh, I know what that is. Never mind. I know exactly what that is. That is a glintstone dragon on the other side. That would be glintstone dragon Adula, which we won't be able to touch until a little bit later. What are we gonna do now? Quickly level up.
Share them with me.
Because having more FP is always a good thing.
Ambitions, the principles you would follow.
And then we're going to take a little bit of a longer break this time. I kind of need it. I really need to just get up, move my legs. It'll probably be about, I'd say, closer to 10 minutes on this one. I wouldn't take these types of breaks normally. Well, I should say normally. I wouldn't take a long break when I'm trying to continue to take short breaks, but my legs are almost screaming, so I need it. Maybe stretch your legs yourself, you know, go whip up a sandwich, something. And with that, I will see you guys after the longer commercial break. I am sorry about that. I am back. I needed that. Granted, my legs are still kind of screaming at me, but I'll make do. I always do. How was everyone's break? Everyone enjoy it? I sure hope so. Oh, and what am I doing? I forgot. We could put Ashes of War on our shield. We could totally do that. Let's see. Okay, so Gravitational actually has a downside now, and that is less guard boost. Attacks consume less stamina, extra poise. Yeah. Let's go for some frost buildup. Although I guess you have to two-hand the shield, which is a real problem, huh? Okay, maybe scratch that. Okay, well what can we... No skill, standard. Although actually we can... Oh, right, the guard resistance against status ain't tied to that. Good to know. Can't even put quick step on it because we have to two-hand the shield. However, we can put... I didn't even think about this. We could, put some stuff on our staff. And where did we get Ice Spear from? Do we have Ice Spear? I feel like we don't have Ice Spear. But if I put that on, it's a glitch. I guess we got Ice Spear. Where did that come from again? I don't know. Okay, well, we have the legitimate copy of it, so we can totally put that on our staff. It's probably also about time we changed up our, physic. Because that's starting to get, it's starting to run its course of how useful it is. So, with our seal... Skill, Golden Vow. Let's see, increased attack power and defense. Granting momentary invincibility. I think I like Quick Step on this sort of thing. Yeah, I think I like Quick Step. And as for our staff, that could get one of these other fantastic sorceries. Rajir's Rapiers. Yep, okay. We have Gravitas on this one. I think Ice Spear might be better suited for this. So, Quick Step. Let's talk about it. Quick Step is a way to get extra iframes on movement and operate at a quicker speed than a roll does. You just press left trigger, and bingo, bango, bongo, you have a dodge. For reference, here's a medium roll. Using the rest side as a point of reference. Very, very slightly more distance. I wouldn't say it's anything good, but it is something. It is something. And in terms of its usefulness, it's a lot better than people give it credit for. It's no Bloodhound step or anything like that, but it is a poor man's step, and that is all you need. Now, moving out here, we have 3 different towers. This first one up here should be called Rena's Rise. We could use our horse as well to make certain aspects of this easier. Yep, this is Rena's Rise. This won't be available to us until much later. Way later in the particular quest line that we'll be probably starting upon today. Apart from that, there's no, and also there's no way to cheat this Rise either, so don't even think about it. Make sure. I sometimes forget to, pan my camera where I need to pan it. Also, see these green glimmers here? Anytime you see a glintstone mask like this, try looking for these green glimmers. You might just surprise yourself by getting a glintstone firefly, and there are a lot of them out here. Additionally, quite a few glintstone dragons make their home here. There is a great one that I referenced Adula earlier. Let's talk about him now, because we're not going to get to talk about him much more later. So, glintstone dragon Adula has the same sort of vulnerabilities that Smaragd does. Insofar as we're probably in for a rough ride, right? Well, I'll go ahead and tell you that the dragon's gimmick is that we don't fight them here. Not really. Like, yes, these are its stomping grounds, but I want to say at around 50% health, you end up... Nice, we got yet another Ash of War, Chilling Mist. I'll talk about it in a second. But Adula will leave. They'll fly away and teleport very, very far from here at 50%. We just have to keep at it until then. And Adula, it does have a giant Frostblade sorcery that they can fire in order to deal a bunch of cold damage to us. You'll see what I mean. And because one of the nice things about our poison is because we know that this fight isn't the real one, we can just be very careful. We can actually just stack the poison. Oh, and they will also fire these really off-putting glintstone clusters that home in on us. Not good. But we don't need to fight Adula very hard. Like, at all. We don't need to offer any resistance to them. Because they're just gonna fly away. Nice. Look at that. See that attack? That's what I was talking about. There's that, the frostbite inflicted is so massive, is so massive that we already are frostbitten. Just need to try to get to it. Yeah, and if the blade wasn't enough, the wave of frostbite is also just as deadly. Did I? You and I could do this all day, Adula. Okay, yep. See what I mean there? He's gone. They don't have to worry about him. Some other things to note about this cliffside is that there is a secret staircase around here. Let's see if we can find it. It's on one of these platforms. And with the secret staircases, some of them you can reveal just by jumping on them. Some of them you cannot. You do actually need to go and smack them with a weapon of some kind. It's really finicky which ones are which. I want to say it's higher up on the rise here as well. Higher up on this cliff. We're looking for... It's this one. You're looking for narrow strips of rock. It's kind of hard to tell. Sometimes they have a telling seam that you could use to help spot the secret stairs. Sometimes you don't get that. Yeah, here it is, right here. See how the rocks here sort of are raised? It's kind of difficult to tell. But they're raised in like a square pattern? Yeah. It's right here. Okay. Sometimes you have to roll on them. I think the activation mechanism is a roll in Elden Ring Reforged. Well, well. We have an Omen Killer here. We have a Perfumer here. Or a Maiden, let me say. Yeah, looking at this... Yeah, that's not a Perfumer's hood. This is a Maiden's outfit, I'm fairly sure. here looks to be the body of a spellblade. This is very similar. This is a very similar appearance to Rogier, but I don't think that's his face. I don't think that's him. What else? We have an actual real... Okay, this is a maiden's outfit here. I'm not sure what this is. I think this hat actually has to be a perfumer's outfit. Then, we have someone who's taken to putting a pot on their head. Let's see if I can cheat and know which face it is. Maybe like this. This almost feels like a certain witch hunter's face. Hard to say. I can almost see through it, but not enough to know the real detail. Celavis's puppet. Do not touch. Well. Oh, and what's this here? Another puppet? Or another spare body? Oh, and look who it is, too. This looks like a body for our teacher, Selin. What is a body of hers doing here? But we saw another copy of this at the, is it the Witchbane Ruins? Yeah, it's the Witchbane Ruins. We see a copy of her body here. Huh. There's starting to be a running theme with this game, you know that? You know what that running theme is? Let me tilt this slightly. That running theme seems to be... You know, some people have access to more than one body. How does that work? Well, we're gonna find out a lot more about that in the minutes to come. What next? Well, there's this tower that I don't want to touch yet. That is where our quest is. I will just be straightforward with you on that. However, okay, I could have sworn there was another secret staircase, but I don't think that there is. I don't recall a second pair of secret stairs anyway. If so, the wiki has a lot of explaining to do. Is that someone's crying I just heard? I guess not. You hear weird noises from this tower. This here should be another rise. Another tower. Celavis's Rise. I'm fairly sure that's how you're supposed to say that anyway. Oh, and look, we can cheat it. We can go up here. You know, do you want to cheat? You want to find out what's up here? You totally can. And you get, the Black Wolf mask? What's that doing here? A mask fashioned after the head of a black wolf. Relic of an assassin who assumed the guise of Rennie the Witch's loyal shadow. The likeness is striking. Oh, well, look at that. And if we dismount, you too can be your own wolf boy. We're gonna take that off, though. I like having my imp head on. However, we can, as much as we want to cheat this and get something for our trouble, you know, we can't actually cheat it yet. We can't do that. Nor do we need to cheat, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. So we've seen two of the rises. We've got Rena's rise and Celavis's rise. What do you think the third one is? Huh? That would be a curious thing indeed. What might this third rise be? Well, we heard mention. We were told to come here. Rogier wanted us to come here, in fact. If you remember, if you recall. He said that the orchestrator of the Knight of the Black Knives, the black knife print that he was talking about, had the mark of Lunar Princess Rani on it, right? Well, do you suppose it would be strange or out of the ordinary somehow if we found a... Is this the correct... I think this is a different no, it is the same staircase. Never mind. Do you suppose it would be odd if Rani perhaps had her own tower? It wouldn't be strange. She's a lunar princess. Why would it be? I mean, she keeps a pack of loyal wolves out on the steps of the rise, after all. Glintstone everywhere. Oh, and it's the only tower that's actually open. And sure enough, if we use our map to reveal the true nature of the place, we understand it to be Rani's Rise. That's right. Here, the original SImp magnet is here. If we go up, I believe we have an insidious thing to clear out before moving on. No, that's a different tower. That's right, different tower. Not that tower. Well, what do you think we'll find at Rani's Rise? That's a good question. What do you guys think we'll find? Are we gonna find her herself? Or are we gonna find someone else? We're going to find an imposter. A complete sus magnet. We're gonna find out together. It's one of the joys of doing a Let's Play. We get to find this stuff out together. Rena? Is that you?
Oh, again we cross paths. I believe I said my name was Rena when last we met. It pleaseth me to see Torrent hale and hearty, but tarnished. What business hast thou here? I have no memory of inking thee an invitation. I see. Quite the sleuth, aren't we? Indeed, I am the witch Rani. I stole a fragment of the rune of death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all, but sadly for thee, the curse mark thou seekest is not to be found here. I have slain the body I was born into and cast it away, and it is upon that flesh the curse mark is carved.
Okay. Well, you haven't told us to go off and leave yet.
And why should I reveal that to thee? I performed the act not to bury the past, nor in shame of the deed, but all the same, thy begging compels me not a jot. The curse mark thou seekest is not here. That is all I will say. Now, be gone. The curse mark now.
Okay. Well, crap. We can't do much. Huh. Let's talk to Rogier about this. Maybe he'll have something for us. Alright, my guy. What do you have for us?
Always good to see. Son.
I suppose it's worth telling you, you know, she cast her curse mark off.
I see. When Rani shed her flesh, she shed the curse mark too. You know, not everyone would trust such a tale, but if she in her current form is nothing more than the living doll you profess, then perhaps it's true after all. Forgive the bluntness of the notion, but how would you like to become one of Rani's vassals? Only in order to get what we want, of course. The location of the body which bore the curse mark, which right now I haven't the faintest. And the best way to find out is for you to enter her service and take a poke around on the sly. I know you've got what it takes. Not only are you a superb fighter, but people want to trust you. I've seen it. Can you become Rani's vassal to advance our agenda? While in her service, you'll be able to take a poke around on the sly and determine the location of her original body that bears the curse mark. I realize that I'm asking you to put yourself in grave danger, but I know you've got what it takes. Quite possibly the only one, in fact.
Okay. Sounds fun. Pretending to serve someone, and also, you know, getting a chance to maybe simp for the Lunar Princess herself? Why not? Why not? I'm a sucker for princesses. I always did used to play as Princess Peach back in the day.
Greetings. Are you here for
I am the quintessential fake simp, as people would say.
Well, I took you for no matter lay out your own.
Okay, do we have any sizable upgrades we could make? So, our Dark Glintstone Staff. We should upgrade this now. I know that I've mentioned not wanting to upgrade this, but this was when it was in the Carrying Glintstone Staff form. The Carrying Glintstone Staff. Now that it's the Dark Glintstone Staff, it is definitely worth... It is definitely worth the swap. I want to point out something funny. That we mentioned that when Ivy and I and a few others were coming up with the idea, where Ivy's idea ultimately took precedence over my own, which is fine. We both agreed that it should have been this gnarbledy, slightly more ragged staff instead of this smooth staff, right? This would have continued to be the Carrying Glintstone Staff. This was supposed to become the Dark Glintstone Staff. But that's not what happened. When Kernifer did the swap, they did it the other way, where we still have the Glintblade Staff, but now we also have the Glintstone Staff. Unfortunately, it is already upgraded. I want to point this out. It is upgraded. So, we do get our boost to cold sorceries for practically free. But if we want to actually use our Glintblade sorceries and get a boost on them, we need to boost this staff now. It's weird. I don't mind the swap. I don't mind the fact that it's backwards. I just think it's weird. Let's see, this is a plus. Might as well upgrade it. You don't really have another reason not to. It's the we already have a plus 10. Okay, we don't have any cold sorcery though, so that's weird. Why would we do that? We're gonna find out soon enough, I suppose. And for our astrologer staff, we actually want the ice spear on it. It's perfect. We should actually try it out. We might actually be surprised at what we find.
Greetings.
We do have some glovewort since last time. Ah, yes. We have an ash. We have a spirit ash we want to use. It is definitely worth pumping this up for our own benefit. Speaking of benefits, though, or runes, we've accrued quite a bit since last time. Let's sell off all our hard runes, and let's sell off any spare duplicate items that we have. With the exception of these branches, We need to leave these branches alone. Promise. We got 2 copies of the Ray of Lucarian Greaves. Those aren't carbon copies of anything. Be very careful. You can't rely on the appearance. You have to go by the name. If the name is different, it's a different armor. Promise. Because I did this my first playthrough, where I was looking to sell duplicate items, and I did accidentally sell a unique copy of a chain tabard. Granted, it's a very common item, but still, if you're trying to go for 100% in your spare time, you don't want to waste, you don't want to get something or sell something that you can't get back. Because there are lots of items that do, in fact, have a similar appearance. It's just very important that you pay attention to the name. Because the name, a rose by any other name smells just as sweet, but roses by 2 different names have 2 different scents. No matter how similar they are. Whether it be the color of the petals, the proteins it makes inside, or the pigmentation, the way in which the proteins make their pigments. On the surface, a rose is a rose, but once you put it under the microscope, it becomes a whole different animal. A whole different animal. Absolutely a different animal. I think I've already parroted that too much. Do we have any row? Yeah, we do have row of fruit we could sell in excess. 200 of that is more than sufficient. It's too bad that we don't have any somber smithing stone 4s. That's unfortunate. And I know the perfect place we can go to test that out, too.
Greetings, are you here for spirit?
We are here for spirit tuning. We would like to make Latenna a powerful, worthy, spirit to use indeed. Let's see. Were there other ones that we wanted to upgrade? I'm trying to remember. This is a new spirit ash. Like I said before, it's the custom one. This is our tank friend that Ivy and I collaborated on, although it was mostly Ivy's idea. All I did was comment a few things. That's it. We had a few other people in the forum. Was that a forum post? No. This was before then. We made a forum thread to comment about it. And that's where we sort of ran into that. We both basically agreed we wanted this, and then Ivy did all the photo work, and then Kernifer liked it enough to make it a real spirit ash. So I feel like I should be very grateful and upgrade this and test it out. We do in fact have something worth testing that out on. We're just going to make the swap from the jellyfish to the Lazuli Sorcerer. We're gonna see how it turns out. Now, Ice Spear. Ice Spear is a pretty pinpoint weapon skill. It's got a pretty decent animation. It does build up frost on self, so you do have to mind it. Just a little. And I believe Ice Spear should scale with intelligence. It should scale. Not always. You never know. But we're not here to use that right now. We don't need to. But it might... Actually, you know what? I take that back. It might be worth keeping around in our offhand or in a secondary slot to spam Ice Spear with. To give us an easy access to Frostbite when we don't already have it. Which we don't have it right now. So what we're going to do next is go back and talk to Ronnie again. Because we've talked to Rajier. Notice I did try to talk to her before to get her to take us on, because I knew. I was kind of hamming it up a little. I knew who she was from the get-go. You have to talk to Rajier to initiate this part of the quest line. No matter how much you know that you're going to eventually enter Ronnie's service, you got to talk to Rajier, or you'll never move forward. Let's try this again. We kind of got off on a bad footing.
The curse mark now.
But I wish to serve you, my queen. It's real simp hour.
Oh, is that so? Thou wouldst render me aid. Is that thy proposal? Affording thyself opportunity to grope about for the curse mark's location, no doubt. Very well. There's nothing wrong with a well-laid scheme. What's more, if my past and past wounds beckon to thee, I am curious enough to see what thy destiny portends. I'll allow it. Enter my service, and good hunting to thee. Good. Then I ask we proceed with haste. There is, in my service, a half-wolven warrior by the name of Blythe. I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. I have called for Blythe to greet thee below. Take from him the particulars. Ah, and there wilt thou find Iji, my war counselor, and Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts also. Heed not their peculiarities. Feel secure in gaining from them what advantage thou canst. I am sure the others will be doing just the same. Speak with the three. Thou needst not indulge them unduly, but they too wish to appraise thy worth. It hath been a passing long time since a newcomer entered my service, after all.
Okay. Oh, bad, bad, very bad. Of course I would do that. How embarrassing. I just walk off the edge. Where is it? It's right here. How embarrassing. Ronnie's like, ugh, what idiot did I hire now? I already have Celavis to deal with. He seems the most shady, locked up in his own tower. Oh, and, you can't leave this area until you've talked to, all three of them. E.g., Celavis, and Blythe. You need to talk to those three. In order to keep going. Don't have any Sanctuary Stone. I need to grind them up during my off time. Hi.
Oh, so you were the one. Lady Rani has explained everything. Again, I am Iji, the Karian royal family's dedicated blacksmith and Lady Rani's war counselor. I am told that you are searching for Nokron with Blythe. I will give you whatever guidance I can, and pray for your success. My apologies for the misleading words of warning. I never imagined that an audience, let alone service to Lady Rani, was in your fate. I, for one, should have seen it, but I did not. Do forgive me, my fellow.
Of course.
Let us give all that we can of ourselves, together, for Lady Rani. Let us give all together.
Okay, who next? Think it's Celavis. Nope, it's Blythe. Ah, good. They saved the shady for the last.
Long time, friend. Blythe. Have you forgotten? Glad to have you in the service of Mistress Rani. Well?
Lady, mistress, which is it?
I'm still in Limgrave. The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of this land. I'm planning to go below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron from there. I'm going below through the... See if I can't. Don't keep me waiting, eh?
Sure.
I see. You must be Rani's new hireling. Yes, I've heard all about you. I am Selvis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you, but since we have the misfortune of serving the same lady, I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you. I reside in another tower close by. Come and pay me a visit. Should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Rani.
So you say.
If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste my time on the likes of you. But who am I to stand against the wishes of my lady? I reside in...
Okay, and I think we have to go back and talk to Ronnie again, and then we'll be set free. Because if you noticed when we looked outside through the archway there was like a soft glimmer on the ground. Yeah, until you talk to them and then confirm back with her, you can't leave. You're stuck there. Which, I mean, that's not a bad thing. You've already come here. You've entered her service. It's only right, but for her, to ask you to talk to her minions.
Allow me to forewarn thee. I shall soon enter my slumber, and it will be some time before I wake. This doll's body is not without its hindrances. Still, I have high hopes for thee. I look forward to the good news when I arise. I shall soon, and it will be some...
Okay, I'm gonna check for something real quick. Should be a key item. Just need to see if we have it. We, in fact, do not have the item. Unfortunate. But not the end of the world. So, my first time, there's a separate quest that runs parallel to it. It's intertwined with Ronnie's quest. And it has to do with our good old friend Selvis there. Selvis seems different compared to the other two, doesn't he? He's, so like, do I have to work with you? You know, someone who's bothered by the slightest of trifles. I love this spell. I love it a lot. Let's see. How does this look? This looks okay. Sometimes the capture card will just hiccup for no reason. I mean, I know why. It's because I don't have a table for it to sit on, but... what's a guy to do? I suppose get a table, right? Should be that simple. I don't know. I'm not the largest fan of ordering furniture, really. It's a rather boorish task, but I know that it has to get done. There is another scarab around here somewhere. Okay, that one should just be a cerulean tier scarab. Yeah, the scarabs that actually drop items don't have these orbs that are twined with golden thread, with something inside. They'll have like, they'll either be rolling around something stony or something stony with an aura within it.
Well, you took me at my word. Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze. I suppose you're here now. Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nepheli to administer a potion. Even you can do that much, can't you?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you want with Nepheli? Hey there, bud. What do you want with her?
Good, good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question. Find Nepheli and ensure she drinks it. I expect glad tidings, and soon. I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of your task's completion. Are we understood? Then off you trot. I have enough on my plate.
Well, well, well. Nice hat. I like his clothes. If I had 100% control over my wardrobe, and I mostly do, I would wear something pretty similar to that, only without the face mask, hood, or hat. I'm not the largest fan of hats. I don't mind them, I guess, now that I'm older, but, I find that hats ruin your head of hair. They really do. Also, they get all sweaty and marmy, and you have to constantly wash them. But yet, you can only wash them specific ways. It kinda sucks. And yet another memory stone. I love finding memory stones, don't you? Every memory stone is another spell. I'm lucky we didn't die. Every memory stone is another spell we can cast. Another tool in our toolbox. Another tool in the shed, so to speak. Now, I think the perfect way to end today's stream is by doing the following two things. One, I will introduce you to another NPC, one that we technically don't need to meet yet, but I want to show it off nonetheless. Because this took me forever to find. I didn't even think about it that much, but being honest. So what you want to do is fall down this series of ruined buildings and wooden platforms. I do not believe you were supposed to do that. However, it works. Why mess things up that work, right? So we're back here at the Caria Manor. Note that we are not quite done with the stream yet. So here, there is an item up here. I think it's nothing of consequence. Yeah, it's an old fang. Nothing special. So, if we fall down there, we miss our shot at being able to access the NPC in question. I mean, we can go back and do it again, but that's a series of falls we have to make again. And I don't think anyone wants to do this. Oh, and for record, we were able to look up here and see this earlier. However, we couldn't actually do anything about it until after we defeated Loretta, the Phantom Spirit. And look, there are these bodies lying around, and an Albinoric, one that we can actually talk to.
Oh, you? Sorry, Your Worship. I apologize for any offense given. I am Pidia.
Pidia.
To the Carrion
I love that name.
family. I am charged with maintaining these ghastly dolls.
Pidia, huh?
Ah,
It's a pity
Your
that I
Worship,
met you.
allow me to be of use. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why not pick something out before you go? But please, can you offer poor ill-starred Pidia a little something by way of compensation?
Sure. Why not? So this is Pydia the Carrion Servant. Pydia offers a number of useful items. The most important one here, the one that we will definitely be purchasing, is a Celestial Dew. We're gonna need this. And we have enough to purchase everything here on file. Celestial Dew will allow us to reset an NPC we've hit accidentally or killed accidentally. Because once you hit an NPC a certain number of times, they turn hostile to you. You don't have any choice except to avoid or kill them. Some NPCs are, of course, are unkillable, which means you cannot kill them to reset them. Doesn't matter though. You can use the Celestial Dew to fix this. If you remember the Church of Vows, this is where we go in order to carry it out. The hidden tier found in the Eternal City, also known as a Night tier, allows one to carry out an absolution at the Church of Vows, reversing all antagonizations. Once upon a time, the stars of the night sky guided fate, and this is a recollection of those times. Then we have these ritual pots, which are used for ritual pot items. Larval tears, which are good to get for later. Weathered map. Can't look at it until we buy it. It's a simple, badly weathered map, which we will look at as soon as we're done. Then, we have the black leather shield, which is a good all-around medium-sized shield. I happen to like ones that block 100% physical, but the higher defense mitigations and other stats means that our resistance against various statuses are boosted compared to normal shields, which tend to be just below 40 or below 45. We have the Ripple Blade, which is a weapon used by Albinaurics. If you remember the Temple Quarter, we had an Albinauric that used one of these things. That's what that's called, a Ripple Blade. And it scales with Arcane. Doesn't require much strength to use. This is a good choice for a weapon. If you don't mind axes. We barely don't have the strength to make it work. Then we have Carrying Retaliation. This is the weapon skill. With the sorcery of the same name. Carrying Retaliation. Swing the shield to dispel incoming sorceries and incantations. Transforming the magic into retaliatory blades can be used the same as a regular parry as well. And the Ash of War scales with intelligence. So do you remember in Dark Souls 3 or 2, we had barriers which twisted spells and deflected them? Yeah, this is that on steroids. So not only do you deflect the spell in question, instead of like deflecting it back, which can be kind of a lost cause, this turns the spell into damage, and the number of glint blades produced is proportional to the damage of the spell, I'm fairly sure. Or it's a set amount, and the damage is what's proportional. Either way, this thing is absolutely busted in PvP. I believe it was the subject of quite a few nerfs. This thing puts all other barrier Ash of Wars to shame. Because there are others. There are sorceries that fill this role as well. This thing puts them to shame. Last but not least, we have... a way to access Frostbite. We get the Cold Bone Arrow and the Cold Bone Bolt for this. I believe we have everything we're going to get. I am going to go ahead and buy the Slumbering Eggs. Those are hard to come by. And that takes care of 20,000 of our runes right there.
To your worship. Please choose whatever you like.
Someone had fun with Pydia's voice. I could see that actually being a thing, where someone's like, ugh. I feel like the voice actor for Rykard, when you see him, also had fun with those voice lines. They're pretty infamous on Twitter at this point. Infamous? Famous. They're pretty famous on Twitter. Excuse me. Because I know those memes were circulated around. Now, we need to go back to the round table hold. This will be the last thing we do before stream is over, by the way. And then I will give a shout out, as I have places I need to be. I would do a host or raid otherwise. Oh, and we should check on Rogier. I think there's a state change in order when you talk to Ronnie and become part of service.
Always good to son. Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all.
Okay, I guess.
Oh, still need...
Let's see, does resting, like, adjust anything? Sometimes it does. Yep. Yep, his eyes are shut. Is he gonna sit there slumbering, or can we talk to him again? I don't remember the exact state of the change. Okay. He is asleep now. He's gone to us. Too bad we can't do anything further with you, unfortunately. Fia, do you have anything to say?
Pleased. Would you like me?
I remember Ronnie's questline and Fia's questline intersecting at various points. And I'll always take a hug from Mom before she, before we leave the stream. We only get to do this so often.
You asked. Then good day.
Okay. Unfortunate. You still don't have anything you want to tell us, but that's fine. They'll take her hug and leave. Thanks, Mom. Let's find the Baldekin blessing and use it. Then, we're going to see about... Let's talk to Nepheli. I think this choice is already forced upon us. So this would be the point where you could actually use Celavis's potion on her. However, we gave her the Stormhawk ashes.
In this ash, it reminds me of my...
Yes, we didn't get a choice to present her the potion there. So, you needed to present that potion when she was depressed, before giving her the Stormhawk ashes. That choice is taken out of our hands. That doesn't mean we can't use the potion a different way. However, there are two possible points in which to present this, and I kind of have to spoil it now in order for us to continue along the path we're going, because we need to progress the quest line quickly with Celavis. So, first choice is Gideon. The second choice is an NPC called the Dung Eater. We witnessed this. We witnessed him in the intro cinematic. So it's not that we don't know he exists or anything like that. We just only heard of him. He would be the potion's other recipient. If you hold it, and if you hold on to this potion, don't advance Ronnie's questline, and instead go to Altus Plateau and advance Dung Eater's questline to a certain point. Instead of doing what he would normally do for the questline, you can feed him the potion instead, and you'll get a reward for it, a puppet, a spirit ash, if you will, a copy of him. But that's not what we're gonna do. We're gonna go with this option. We're gonna talk to Gideon, see what he knows.
Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody Celavis. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must. The Round Table has no code to speak of. But I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer?
Twisted dolly botherer. That's my favorite.
Potion to me and see if we can't get one over on the bastard.
Sure.
Good. I'll dispose of the potion myself. You go and see Celavis, but don't give anything away. Just tell him that you tricked your mark into drinking the potion, as planned. Despite knowing next to bloody nothing, he's so far up his own arse he won't suspect a thing. His inevitable display of arrogance will certainly be a sight to behold.
If you had told it, if you had refused to hand it over, he would have said something along the lines of, well, think about her potential, right? You know, Nefeli has potential. Why waste it? Hinting that, you know, even though Gideon, dismissed Nefeli, didn't want anything to do with her after offing one of his pawns, he didn't kill her. He just removed her from having any contact with him. And her fate is now her own. Hers to choose. Hers to decide. And he realizes that potential. And she will be fine at whatever she chooses to get her handle or her mitts on. Now, we go back and talk to Celavis, and this will be the absolute last thing we do. And then I'll go over the game plan for next time, give the shout out, and then I got places I gotta get skedaddling to. I have things I gotta do. Otherwise, I really would raid someone. Not to mention, we don't have any active viewers at the moment. Everyone is lurking, and that's fine. No need to be upset or feel guilty that we can't give someone a raid. And besides, a lot of people that I've bumped into at this point in my streaming career don't like it when people with fewer than 5 active viewers give a raid. It becomes like a pity host or something, back when you could still host folks. It sucks that Twitch no longer has the hosting. I realize raiding is just outright better, but hosting is a more low-key way to do that. I don't know. I suppose it does rob a streamer of the active viewership, supposedly. I don't know. It just reduces player agency, at least in my mind.
Ah, so you made Nefeli drink the potion. Well done. You are a touch more useful than I had thought. Very well. Then you shall have your gift. Knowledge of the sorcerous arts and of the tutelage of the great preceptor Celavis. I doubt much of it will lay within the grasp of a mere tarnished, but if you put your mind to it, perhaps you won't embarrass Our Lady. You wish to begin right this moment? Well, your impatience, though boorish, is understandable. Let's have at it. So, you had Nefeli drink the potion? Truly? Then perhaps something was amiss with it. It's concocted from the finest ingredients, but perhaps I should review the recipe. I may have expected too much of her to begin with.
Ah, okay.
You break into a man's private chambers, rooting about as you please. Your oafishness knows no bounds. Fine and well. You tricked Nefeli and had her drink the potion. I believe that makes you my accomplice. You yearn for a puppet of your own. Well, normally one of your stature would never be allowed. But perhaps I can make a very special exception. Now, choose.
So, here he's going, because we helped him, in air quotes, we get our access to 2 puppets. One of these is, well, let's just go over both of them, shall we? One is Celavis's puppets. Also, the way you can tell that you're looking at a puppet and not just any spirit ash is the backing on the image behind the puppet. If you see this like blue stone tablet with a depiction of two suns, or two stars, I guess. They're not really suns, they're stars. You know you're dealing with the Carrion family, and specifically of Celovis. That's how you can tell that these are puppets. Used to summon the spirit of Finger Maiden Theralina, spirit of Finger Maiden who was never met the Tarnished. She was meant to guide. Uses healing incantations and holy water pots, but she is not a fighter by nature and is ill-suited to battle. A maiden without a tarnished without a maiden, and yet no guide to bring them together. You remember how I said that somewhere along the way we had a maiden and she was killed? I mentioned that pretty early on as a possible theory for why we were maidenless and had to go find one. And then it was revealed that through Melina's own words, she pretended to be a maiden. I get the feeling Melina took her place. I don't know if she killed the maiden. We don't have enough information to go off of. But we know that she was replaced. She was replacing the maiden. And that Theralina was supposed to be our maiden. And something happened to her. She died. How she became a puppet? I don't know. Feels like Celovis is a bit of an opportunist. Her AI leaves something to be desired on the healing incantation, so she's not the best. I think the Jar White puppet's a tad bit better, but my gut instinct would be to pick Theralina, so that's what I'll go with. But let's review the other one. Used to summon the spirit of a Jar White, spirit of a man who wished to become the innards of a living jar. A jar-hurling specialist who throws all manner of pots and jars. The warrior jar once told the nameless man this: "You are not ready to join the warriors inside. No, you must apply yourself, better yourself, and one day I will return for you." Not quite sure what that means without extra context, but I picked my maiden. I will have her, even if in spirit. And then we will grab... Ah, yes. And this is why we talk to him. We need to grab these sorceries. The Glintstone Ice Crag. Glintstone serves as a conduit launching a mass of cold magic. The sorcery can be cast repeatedly and while in motion. This is the spell we will use to actually inflict cold. Rancor Call is nice, but it serves a different purpose. Then we have Freezing Mist, which practically does the same thing as Poison Mist, just cold instead of poison. Carrion Retaliation is available as a sorcery. And then we have Carrion Phalanx. Creates a defensive arch of numerous magic glint blades overhead, which automatically attack nearby foes. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. An enhanced version of the Glint Blade sorcery used by enchanted knights. And then we have the text from the mod. And then the Carrion Retaliation. Swing your staff to dispel incoming sorceries and incantations. Same as the art. This was the Carrion royal family's secret means to prepare against the disloyalty of the Academy. The moon and stars would one day go their separate ways. Huh. That's typically not how our night sky turns out, but whatever. We have our sorcery. We have the Glintstone Ice Crag. What I'll do off camera is I will make sure there isn't dialogue. But if there is, then I will withhold buying anything.
How's the puppet I gave you? A thing of exquisite craft, is it not?
We need to buy 6,000, 9,000. It's 15. So 27k runes. I can grind that in an instant. But I'll do that off camera. I'll confirm if there's dialogue, and then we'll go from there. In the meantime, once Next time, that'll be Tuesday, not Wednesday. Tuesday, what we will do is we will explore this cliff area over here. It does have stuff, and it has something I would very much like to show off. Then afterwards, we're going to explore the central area. We never actually crossed this bridge and went through these ruins. We never did that. So we're going to do that. And that'll be our goal next time. There are also some other places we should go. Around here is a cave that'll take us through the academy. It won't actually put us in the academy proper, but it will be useful for getting a spell. And with that, that's pretty much going to take care of what we need to do. On Thursday, I will have looked up the missing items. We'll kind of do a cleanup. We'll dedicate 1 to 2 episodes of cleanup. Make sure we don't have any missing items to worry about. Then what we're actually going to do is we're going to head over to Altus Plateau. I know it seems weird that we're going there earlier than we had intended, but one, this is the next intended area for the scaling, for the tier scaling, but also on top of that, we need to see some new NPCs, and they will only come once we've hit the plateau. We do not have access to the Dectus lift yet. The way we would get access to the Dectus lift is through the a fort in Caelid that we have not accessed yet. And because of that, we need to wait a while longer. And so we need to go through the Ravine Veiled Village and go that way. That's about as much as I wish to say on the matter, quite honestly. With that, I want to thank you guys so much for stopping by, hanging out. I realized today was kind of quiet, and I mostly talked about game stuff with some serious discussions thrown in, but, I really do appreciate the company. If you guys like the content, leave a follow. Lets me know that you like it, and I can keep doing what I'm doing. And make sure to turn on that notification bell so you don't miss it. I'm sorry, I need to backtrack the Thursday sentiment. On Thursday, there will be some Blasphemous instead. So it'll be Sunday before we continue. It'll be next Sunday when we do that second plan. Anyway, if you guys like to support the content more directly, financial support's never required, but I always put your stream donations and tips and stuff toward equipment. I've been keeping an eye on ad revenue that has been going toward the purchase of a mixing board. So as soon as I generate enough, we will have a mixing board and I can finally get less dropped frames. I would love that. But I have links to all that stuff in the description. I believe... Yes, he's still on. I'm going to send you guys over to Gino. Go check him out. He is doing some... No Grace all bosses attempts, where you use as few rest sites as possible. He is playing Elden Ring much like I am. If you guys like relaxed streamers, you will love him. But I can't afford a host or a raid today. The shout-out will have to do. Hopefully I will see you guys on Tuesday. Thank you so much. I'm CoinStamp, and this has been another episode of Elden Ring Reforged, and I will see you guys next time. Stay safe out there, and take care. Bye-bye.